What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility somewhere in the world. How's it going, everybody? I always have to stop myself just laughing at myself every time I announce that. What's up, Flash? What's up, Buttercast? What's up, Butterhead and Mo? How's it going? What's up, Mr. Sky Axons? How you doing? How you doing? Hopefully everyone's doing well. We're in the hump day. We're halfway through the week. Hopefully everybody's week is going swimmingly. And everyone's excited for Halloween. Or if you're not, then I guess also that. I'm a sleepy boy. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I was kind of tired last night, and I had the appointment this morning, and I was like really stressing about it. Everything went through fine. Wasn't as expensive as I thought it was going to be. End result was good. So it's a huge weight off my shoulders for now. For now, until next year. Ooh. But I had to be up pretty early. It's not much earlier than usual, but usually like I can get up in the morning and have a couple cups of coffee and just kind of slowly ease into the day. I didn't get that today. Just had to go through and hit the road immediately. Oh, another year of muddling through. Yeah. Just gotta drag it on through. My year's been not my best year. A lot of good stuff. A lot of not great stuff. Overall, kind of be happy when it's done. But this Halloween has been good. I definitely stretched myself too thin this year. Put too many games on the list, and I did have to cut out Infested. We'll come back and check that another time. We'll see. Maybe we'll do it on Friday. We'll see. I kind of want to go back to stay out of the house on Friday for a little bit anyway. But I don't know. I may just make that a separate stream. The game was like way more than I expected it to be. And I was like, my head wasn't completely there. And I'm like, oh man, I really want to get into this game. So I really want to come back to that. I blame Flash. I don't know. Flash is pretty innocent. He's the last person to blame. The only thing I blame Flash for is for faxing me food and making me ingest a little bit too much of food faxing, which it turns out is high in heavy metals and maybe not very good for me. Flash made me rage quit. Did Flash make you rage quit, or did the game make you rage quit? You did do that? Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna straight up admit to it. I really can't defend that then. Yeah, by the time I was able to get back in front of a computer, Primo, your stream was already over. But I went back and watched a few minutes of it and was like, yeah, he's not having a good time. Ghouls and Ghosts and Super Ghouls and Ghosts, that'll do that to you. About the food facts. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not really to be guilty of. It's, it's my own voracious appetite that's at work there. Janky crap. It was the style of the time. The game is something else. I really don't know what to say about that game. It's a real classic, but like you play it and you're just like, what is this? What is this? It's like a flying monster, moves at super speed and dodge weapon shots. Yeah. It's from that era that was like, gamers really want to be challenged. We really got to challenge them. And there was an element for the arcade scene that was like, and we want to eat their quarters. But a lot of it, that was the demand. That was the customer demand. This game is too easy. I need more difficult games. I need games that challenge me more. People were straight up obsessed. We still get that today, somewhat. You still get that. You see that in your Silk songs and things like that, where people are like, this is good, but could it be harder? What's up, Judd? Welcome in. How you doing? I was just getting stuff set up for tomorrow for Fatal Frame, make my little overlay screen for Fatal Frame. I don't think I added it into OBS. I gotta do that. It's nothing fancy. Silksong is fine, not as good as the first one though. That's a lot of the sentiment that I've heard, is that even people that liked it, a lot of people are like find a lot more faults with it than they did with the first one. I haven't played either. They look fun. But I got like a giant stack of Metroidvanias to get to before then. And also, those games prompt a lot of discussion over like what exactly the genre is and how meaningful Metroidvania really is as a descriptor. It's interesting conversations, but I think you get in the weeds a little too much with that. They're just generic descriptions. They don't have to cover all the bases. There's no way Silksong is ever going to live up to the hype. No, and that's the problem when there's a long gap between releases. Like, the hype is going to build up way too much. People will have written their own stories and concocted their own idea of what it will be, and you're never going to meet that. You're never going to hit that with everybody. First who plays a girl, that's a problem. I don't know, that sounds like a you problem. Everything's sold in time today, that's why everything sucks. Get our hopes up for average. Hype's not new, man. Hype's not new at all. Hype's what it's always been with. I remember, like, in the PS1 to PS2 days, and not just on those consoles, but that whole era where you look at footage from E3 and it was like, nah, man, that's pre-rendered. Come on now, show me the real game. Show me the actual game. Hype is not due. Got turned to 2010. I don't agree with that. I think there's a lot more exposure over it because there's a lot more people building the hype, but that's like a fan base problem in my eyes. And that fan base was there before. You just didn't have to see them unless you read the letters column in gaming magazines or were on like Usenet channels or forums. You had to like actually seek them out to be a part of that. And now everything's just like crunched together, right? So those fandoms are like everywhere. They're everywhere you want to be. So there's no avoiding it. But the hype is, you know, from the company side, it's about the same. About generate hype, paid journalists, YouTubers, get blast with it. It's not even like the paid journalist thing is like also not super duper new. And the journalists honestly spend more time on like, they're following the hype more than generating it. And more of the money in that avenue is like on the guide stuff. They're just desperately trying to stay on with that. A lot of it, YouTubers is what I'll put it on, like the content creation angle, where everyone has to like shove a video out there as quickly as possible to get whatever the latest buzz is, without like really researching stuff, or like they really play everything up and then they just move on. Next week there'll be another thing. Everyone's in an arms race to get the most views, because if it's not new, it's nothing. But there's so many examples of games like that just like were so much hype and didn't live up to any of that at all, or were marketed insanely. Look at Daikatana. Daikatana is a great example of that. And I don't think it's a terrible game, but it certainly isn't everything that was promised for it. Nintendo's patent that was a key part of the Power lawsuit got rejected. It's great news. Yeah, like I said, when all that stuff started, like things are gonna shake out in the court cases. You know, they'll win or lose. There'll be some settlement, and it's not gonna have like as broad reaching of an impact as people were making it out to be. But they couldn't do nothing. They have shareholders, and I'm sure their shareholders looked at that and said, "Come on, do something." Do something. Because even though I don't believe they really advertise it as such, like everyone was talking about it as it's Pokemon with guns, with a lot of very similar designs from the monsters, but they're not similar enough that they could really hit them with that. But like they have to defend that somewhat to appease the shareholders, just to show that they're doing something. But end result is it's probably not going to shake out. I mean, it's not like they haven't lost before. They failed to stop video game rentals in the US. They failed to stop the Game Genie. I don't know if Nintendo was involved so much. I think it was more of a Sony thing with the Bleem emulator that set the standard that emulators are technically legal. It's an art game with monster capture. See, if people said that, if people talked about it that way, and not it's Pokemon with guns, because that's what everyone talked about it as. It's Pokemon with guns. And even the monster capture thing is like, there's lots of ways you can do that aren't just Pokemon. You have to be, you are, not you specifically, people are in denial if they look at what they were doing with that game and say they weren't just pulling straight from Pokemon. Even if other games did that stuff, it's very clear where the influence was from. Pokemon Gun's better than Legends AZ for sure. That's all a matter of taste. All a matter of taste. I really don't hear anything about Pal World anymore. I don't know what their player base looks like, but that was another one. It had a lot of hype. Saw some people playing it. Looked like a lot of people put it down. BitLogic, Breath of the Wild, and that took inspiration from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? They definitely, like, Nintendo is not above that at all. And it's, Ubisoft could have definitely taken them to task on that stuff. I mean, you can go back to like the original stuff. The original Legend of Zelda took a lot of inspiration from what's it called? Hold on, I got it right behind me here. Tower of Druaga, which was hugely influential. And that influenced a lot of things more than Legend of Zelda. And Legend of Zelda took a lot of influence from that. So Nintendo has pulled a lot of influences from other sources. I just think they've done a better job of filing the serial numbers off. Mario took inspiration from my Italian uncle. Yeah, there were other platformers and stuff before that. Nintendo's not. That's the thing. Nintendo isn't like that wholly original on stuff. You go back to their earliest stuff and you can see where a lot of the influences came from on that stuff. So it's not like they are guilt-free with that. But they didn't like put Link in like, what was it? Did you guys see the company that put out I think was it Tencent and Horizon? Yeah, Sony's suing Tencent for copying Horizon Zero Dawn. And you look at the shots of their game next to it, and it's like very clearly very clearly like and the backstory is that like Tencent approached Sony like, we want to make a Horizon game, and Sony said no. And then, well, no, I don't think it even got to that point. What's up, Tika? Welcome in this weird horror game. I'm hoping it's weird. I'm hoping it's something. It caught my eye, and I was like, I saw the graphics, like, that's enough. Say no more. So, and then I read something that like, it's a Kusoge game. Like, delicious. But like they approached Sony about making a game, and Sony declined it, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna make it, and they just made it. And it's like, this is very clearly, you're very clearly pulling from this game. Like, oh no, we're not. No, I'm pretty sure you are. Okay, bring this one page just in case I get really hard locked on this. Okay. This is the cease and desist. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Nintendo's done this stuff before. Nintendo, I was looking at the translated manual there. Nintendo's, sorry, sometimes I do that where I have something on a web page and I'm trying to read through real quick and then I get stuck in it. It's like, no, wait, they can't see this. Nintendo tried to strong arm Toys R Us into running out their competition from the stores. They lost that. They tried to prevent video game rentals in the US. They lost that. They tried to stop the Game Genie and other add-ons like that. They lost that. So I mean, they've gone after a bunch of stuff. They don't always win, and it's not the end of the world to get sued by them. But like, they're not even, in my mind, they're not even the worst. They're not even the worst out there. They're just like very, very well known. So anything they do gets all kinds of press coverage. I'm more patent the ability to grab and toss a counter legal action against Nintendo. See, that would be the move right there. I've patented filing patents. If you're filing a patent, you are violating my patent. And you know what? The patent office in this country would probably let that slide. Because they let this, and that's not new either. That's going back like a long time, where like you look at some of these patents and like, hey, like stuff existed. There's plenty of prior art that should have disqualified this. Nah, it's fine. I mean, most video game companies either settled with or got like sued and then settled over like controller tech, like vibration in controllers by a company that may or may not just be a patent troll company. I don't know if they actually produce stuff, but they certainly own a lot of patents on things and have gone after a lot of companies for that. Apparently mentioned it in the stream before too. Yeah. So like they've done plenty of stuff. Oh, we're getting out in the weeds there. We're getting out in the weeds. I don't think I had anything else. Just been hanging out after my employment day, just hanging out with the dog and watching movies. Got to watch Ghost Watch again. If you haven't seen Ghost Watch, you should watch Ghost Watch. It's really good. It's really, really good. Every time I watch it, I see something that I missed before. I'm like, oh, that's another one. Ooh, they really snuck that in there. It's really good. Working on some electronic stuff. I'm still waiting. I got a lot of stuff that I get shipped. It's taken forever to show up. I had to chase down some out of production ICs, and I was up at 3 a.m. I was not thinking very straight, and I saw a place that had them for a quantity that was much higher than I will ever use, but it was the only place that looked like they were selling them. And I was like, all right, I'll roll the dice on this. I regretted it like immediately after. And all the next day, I'm like, I really hope they email me and say, actually, we don't have this thing. And I just get my money back. And it turns out that not the next day, but the day after that, that's exactly what they did. And I was like, oh, thank God. Now I have to go back to the drawing board and do some other stuff. But I got out of that. That was a very foolish purchase. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I can't sing. I am certainly not the sharpest tool in the shed. Arnold's gonna rickroll you. I laugh so much about rickrolling because like the stuff that I had to look at when I was a youngin' on the internet, which I won't name because I don't want anyone to look it up. It was truly horrific. It was a nightmare. And it was much easier back then to hide the origin of links. You had to be very careful clicking anything. You had to like really deeply analyze that link so you knew you weren't getting some horrific image in your face. And then when Rickrolls came around, it was like, oh, haha, that's funny. Like I never saw one of those and I was like, oh, that's terrible. It's like, hey, this tune's all right. That's fine. I wish this information was real, but whatever. You have to start streaming on the hub. Hey, you know what? I think we were talking about in the chat, like most of those sites, a lot of states in the US now are like, you can't access that stuff without providing ID to this company. And it's like such a terrible idea. I get where they're coming from. I don't agree with it at all. School got hacked by someone who rickrolled all the computers. They're sure it was a student. They were half right. A former student did it. There was a story a couple of years ago where somebody got into their school's network and was able to send the the Rickroll video to projectors all over the school. And they did like a whole write-up for it and took it to like the network IT people there. And they're like, these are all the problems. This is how I got in. This is what you guys need to do to fix it. And they were like, yeah, it was kind of annoying that they did that, but like, it's great that they're like, hey, here's the door I used to get in. Please close it. Like, oh, thanks. That's great. Which is how you should do it. If it's harmless stuff. Otherwise, if you're doing it for nefarious means, I guess you're not about to tell them. Like if you're robbing a bank, you're not going to tell them what's wrong with their camera placement. Anyway, it's been 22 minutes by my clock. No, 23 now. Or more. Let's go over to the game screen. Yeah, my IT's college class hacked the whole system. Came to our class and screamed about how he did it in front of the teachers. There's ways to do it. There's ways to do it that they will appreciate. Sometimes they'll just like, oh, that's great. I'm sending you to jail. Trying to ignore Jum's new bargain store brand. If I don't start the game in 25 minutes or less, the game's on me. Well, the game's always on me. No one's paying for it but me. I had when I worked at a school, I had people try to do that stuff and they never got anywhere with it. I'm sure people were doing it. I'm sure there are people who figured something out, but people would find like the lowest hanging fruit and then act like they were like hacker man. And it was like, dude, you're gonna fail out of this program. He was screaming very loudly because that's his voice fine. They've been quiet. You know, those people don't realize, they don't seem to understand that other people can hear them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that a lot of people talking like loudly, or people are on like speakerphone in public. And it's like, do you not realize people can hear you? It's like, it doesn't matter how quiet you are. You're in an elevator. You could whisper and everyone would hear it. Ridiculous. I have your phone up. No, never. I hate every time I see that. I know a lot of people who do that. They hold the phone like they're eating a cracker and they're talking into the bottom of it and it's on speakerphone. They just wander around in public. You'll almost never find me on the phone. And if I am, like, I walk away from people if I have to use the phone. The only time I ever use speakerphone is if I'm trying to multitask and I need to get at something on the phone, look at a picture or something to read numbers back to someone. Clearly people like that with daggers in my eyes. The only thing like that's slightly better than that, but still gets my goat, is when people have like Bluetooth headsets that you can't really see and they're staring directly at you and start talking. Like, hey, how you doing? And it's like, you don't stare directly at somebody and say hi and then not expect them to think you're talking to them. Do your eyes turn off when the phone rings? Do you not know you're staring at me? I think most people bring their children to school while wearing their pajamas. There are people in like the college that would come to school like that. I never quite understood that. Maybe that's just because I'm not comfortable with anybody seeing me in anything, least of all like what I sleep in. It's always at stores. Yeah, I don't get that. They pay for the high patch with their contracts. Yeah, you need to put on like a sleep mask or something like that when you're doing that, so that you need blinded, like horse blinders on you. All right. I'm going to take a quick look at the manual, the translated manual here, just to see this. D-pad moves the cursor. O to confirm. X to go back or delete entries. This is one of those, because that's what it is in Japan. They've changed it now. They've since adapted so that X is, or as they call it on the PlayStation, cross, which I don't agree with. And circle. Circle was like confirm, and cross was cancel, and it's reversed in the US. What happened to the girl with the little girl that you kept getting killed? You talking about Yomawari? I'll spoil it for you since I did finish it. The one girl you were looking for had already died. They were already dead. And then they saved you, but you lost your arm. You got your arm lopped off in the process. So much like the first game. Although in the first game, we did save our sister, but we lost an eyeball in the process. But the dog lived. So at least there's that. Start, skip a cutscene, L1, R1. Put a filter on the screen and make it easier to read. The note says it doesn't work that well. There's no saves. It's all passwords. Well, this is gonna be a good time. Oh, this is from Idea Factory. And they're still out there, man. Idea Factory is still putting games out now. Is anybody familiar with Idea Factory? They were formed by former Data East employees in 1994. True games were not hard, just had bad mechanics. Yeah, it depends on the game. It depends on the game. I don't think there's a universal answer to that. I think there are games that are unnecessarily difficult because of bad mechanics, and I think there are games that are challenging and difficult because of, like, by design of the placement entries, passwords and saves are pretty much. Yeah, the whole like password save system is generally, like, it's weird to have this on a PlayStation game, but you go back to the console era, and most of the reasoning for that was that the hardware you needed to facilitate saves was an added cost that was expensive at the time, and a lot of the publishers didn't want to deal with that. Or in games like Metroid's case, Metroid was ported to the NES from the Famicom disk system, which just inherently had saves because it was just writing back to essentially a floppy disk, and they did it kind of quickly, so they didn't add that in. Thought this was a different game with the same name. What's this one about? I'm not really sure yet, but welcome in, Jeremy. So this is Misfortune, or Yaku Yujo Danji, or Dangi. It's actually the first of two of these games. There's the second game, Nore no Game, but that one has not been translated. So they did Spectral Tower. That's another kind of legendarily bad game on the PS1. But you may be familiar with some of their newer stuff, which is, where is it? How far back do I go to this? Dun, 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 dun. I need to see in this because I'm Hyperdimension Neptunia, the Hyperdimension Neptunia series, which they're still putting stuff out for. I think they're releasing some remakes for it. They got a variety of stuff. They've got some presence in the West, but it's amazing to me that, like, they're kind of known for these terrible PS1 games, but, like, they still survived and are still producing things. I heard level 1 characters joining a party in RPGs. That was fun. That's rough when they have the character join you halfway through the game and they're just like, they're level 1. Good luck. I love that series. It's so funny. Yeah, you know, I picked up a box set of those. It was on sale a while ago. I think they're the PC ports, which are not like the original versions, but I've heard they're much better. I got it. I'm pretty sure I installed it. I never got a chance to play those. I would like to check them out. They looked interesting. As someone who loves, like, a lot of, like, video game referential stuff, I like that a lot of it is very referential of Sega stuff, but also I've read the humor is pretty good. All right, let's get to naming here. Look at that face in the background, man. That just looks beautiful. Let me know how the volume is. I have some room to raise it up or down. Well, that's weird. When I started it earlier, there was a different person here. Like when I tested it earlier, or maybe I hit start. 10 level points in total. Saves the location, passwords. IFTV's first ever show, Misfortune, a story of suspicious friendships, will now begin. Note! To fully enjoy the game, please read the manual carefully before playing. If you find the text hard to read during the game, please hold R1 or L1 to add a shadow effect that will make the text clear. Can I do that right now? I can, and that... I guess that sort of helps. I don't know, this text is pretty clear to me, but maybe once I'm in the game, it will assist me on things. I shouldn't do that. That's probably an epilepsy issue there. I like this music. It's actually worse. Yeah, it depends on entirely who's seeing it. From my end, like it was like, I guess if the background is very busy, it might be better. Please cherish nature. A D factory. Okay. Shadow 3D effect from the text. Guess outliner on the text was not an option. No. Well, and some of it may also be because this is a fan patch. And so sometimes like the initial patches are focused on the translation and they lack some kind of nicety to it. This is better than I've played a lot of like fan translated NES RPGs where they feel the need to use like real fancy text and it just looks awful, like a fancy font. 96 to have the technology then. There was some stuff they could do. It just depended on how far they want to go with it. And a lot of developers didn't. Oh, this is what I saw. Okay, I must have just skipped that last scene. Welcome to the realm of nightmares. Sometimes it's hard to read if the text is small. Yeah, I mean, also like this is like through a scaler with a very clean signal. You know, some of this stuff would be worse on a CRT. I don't know what the original Japanese font looked like. Which I want to keep forgetting. It's like 30 years old. Yeah, and then you're playing the remake too, which like improved upon the original in many ways. Yeah, so far it's good here. Do I think? We'll just start with Jum. We only have 2 characters we can choose from right now. I read that you can switch between characters mid-story, but it's recommended not to do that. They recommend you just go through and see each character's story, and that it really just screws things up if you switch characters. Wow, what a wristwatch, man. Grab it and charge up. Okie dokie. The hands of the clock. See, that helps because it's white on white up there. So that does help a little bit there. The hands of the clock proudly pointed to midnight. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, it's amazing. A face only a mother could love. Do I still have the picture? I think I still have the picture. If I can find it. Of what this reminds me of. There we go. That's everyone's face I see in this game reminds me of this. The Cocoa Wheats commercial where the Cocoa Wheats talks to you. Delicious. What's up, Ryan? How's it going? We just started the game. You haven't missed much of anything. Blue Jays won yesterday, surprisingly. 2-2, best of 7. Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. I wish that was Cocoa Puffs. I was on my way to my old elementary school to keep a promise I made to my friends. I'm pretty sure I already chose a character. This is very weird. It looks like Thomas the Train. It's us. This is all very strange. Like how the music keeps like, it can't just play consistently. It has to constantly like start and stop again. So we got one screen in and it was like, do you want to change characters? Yoko. Ah, Jum, you're here. Kana. Oh, you've made it. These girls were my classmates in elementary school. Those chicks are fine. They are fine. Look at those nostrils, man. I bet they paid a lot for that. Look at the haircut. Just the one bang that goes all the way to the top. The beautiful but cold girl was Kyoko. The cute one was Kana-chan. Okay, chat. I need you to tell me which one of these is the cute one and which one is the beautiful but cold one. Which one is beautiful and which one is cold? You can go by the hair, long hair, short hair. Is short hair cute or beautiful? I'm going to guess short hair is cute. Just by the amount of Japanese media I've consumed where the people with short hair are considered cute, but people with long hair are considered beautiful. That's where I'm at. The grace. Just nobody said this game took place on Earth. Maybe I'm just interpreting it incorrectly. I quickly walked towards them. Oh my God, what is that? This is so messed up looking. Short, cute, long, beautiful for the memes. That's my, the red one is the beautiful and cold. I think that tracks. Whoa! Suddenly I felt something behind me. It was an extremely horrible sensation. Look back. The bloodshot guy. I think I can make that happen. There we go. Definitely some suspicious friends. They certainly are. Let's look back. Okay, I thought that's gonna kill my eyeballs. Whoa! Hey, Jum-kun, it's been a long time. Hideki greeted me with a proud smile. He was holding a jack-in-the-box. Hideki was also one of my classmates. He loved to play pranks on people. It was a bad habit he'd had since elementary school. Please choose a character. Why do you keep asking me to change? I'm not like bringing up this menu. Like it's doing this on its own. I guess I could just hop all around, but if I hadn't read the thing, I was like, no, just continue the story. Otherwise, you'll never see the end. Tonight, we gathered at our old elementary school to dig up the time capsule we buried there on the day of our graduation. Not really necessary there. What is it with the Japanese, like, going back to their old elementary school only to get haunted by ghosts? I've never been back to my old elementary school. Well, I guess that's technically not true. I did go back there for a while to pick up my nephew from school. But it's not like I went inside, and it certainly wasn't like at night. Because of an incident that happened last year, the school was closed down. Entrance was prohibited, so we dared not step foot inside during the day. In other words, we were breaking into a school in the middle of the night to exhume our time capsule. But one of our group had not yet arrived. I'm not allowed back to my elementary school. Or any other schools for that matter. Oh no, Ryan. Oh no. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Just when I think it couldn't get any better, this guy shows up. Look at that. It's clearly in Rhode Island with the amount of what's going on for kids look like this. Or 3 Mile Island because of the radiation. Back with Raisin Bran. You enjoy that delicious Raisin Bran. You could fax me some of that, but I know you won't. Yuichi was the latecomer. He had a kind heart, but he was never good at keeping promises. He was studying to be a doctor now, but I wondered how far his motivation would carry him. In any case, we were all here now. She was definitely taking his eye drops, which irritated his eyes because he got the wrong brand. I think he put super glue in his eyeballs. Maybe they all just ate a bunch of mushrooms before this. I'll go and dig up the time capsule. Leave it to me. After Yuichi passed each of us a drink, he opened the school gates and stepped through. He closed the gates behind him and began walking towards the school building. The drinks are my way of saying sorry for being late, Yuichi said as he disappeared inside the school. No trespassing. Misfortune. Jum's story. Spiked him with mad honey. Oh no. Oh no. So I'm going to say right out the gate, just from the little bit I've played, well, I want to see this all the way through. I'm invested. But clearly this game is not very well made. Just on the audio, like, they couldn't keep it smooth. Graphically, you could say a lot about that, but well, this is going to be an adventure. I began to grow anxious. Some time had passed since Yuichi entered the school. It was like 1:30 there, maybe 12:30. It's hard to tell. It's not easy to read and watch. Also, where can I get a watch with a skull that pops out and hovers? Surely it's cursed. He must have got it from the Friday the 13th antique store. At that moment, the night cleaners got Yuichi. You should have stayed out of there at night, man. Yeah! Whoa! Ah! We heard a sudden shriek from within the school building. It was Yuichi. Did he have an accident? Or did something else happen to him? Where's Hideki? Kyoko and Kana-chan looked at each other. Hideki furrowed his brow with unease. I had to calm everyone down. I tried to stay calm myself. I pulled a silly face. Let's pull a silly face. Eyes rolling around and round. My silly face did not go down well at all. Let's stay calm, I said with a big gulp. I'm gonna take a big gulp. Big gulps, huh? Well. I was just about to try and explain Yuichi's scream when someone spoke up. What's up, Joshua? How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to this delicious-looking video game. I'll go and take a look. I'll go and take a look for Yuichi, too. Hideki and Kyoko both volunteered to go into the school and see what had happened. But both of them looked as though they were enjoying themselves? Question mark? Kana-chan and I decided to stay behind. I forget which is Kana-chan the I don't remember which if she's the cold beautiful one or the cute one. I thought Kana was the scary humans. I'm not sure they are human. If we don't come out in 10 minutes, come and find us, Hideki said, and thumped my shoulder. Perhaps this is our last goodbye, Kyoko joked darkly. With that, the two of them disappeared into the school building. Before I knew it, Kana and I were alone together. This was a rare chance. I had to say something. I talked about the past. I talked about our friends. Let's talk about our friends. You know, bullying is becoming a big social problem these days. Now that I think about it, perhaps we bullied Yuichi a bit when we were younger. Yes, Hideki, Kyoko, and I did bully Yuichi in elementary school. When I hear about bullying in the news or read about it in the papers, my heart hurts a little. We made him carry our bags and called him a pig. I mean, he's got the nose, Kana-chan muttered. But Yuichi was never angry at us, was he? Talking to Kana-chan made my heart beat faster and faster. I think it's everything you put in your nose before coming here, judging by your eyeballs. Kana-chan glanced at me and then slowly continued speaking. Lately, I've been having the same dream over and over. I'm walking alone through a dark cave. Huh? What happens next? You should see a therapist. Welcome back, Chud. Yushu's angry and plotting his revenge. I think that's pretty likely. Handing Mummy through his nose. He's just huffing that mummy dust, man. What happens next? I remember walking in that cave once before, long ago. I can't remember it too clearly, but I was in elementary school. Do you remember in social studies when our teacher showed us the old air raid shelter at school? It had a mysterious hidden safe. I remember the combination was 7 right, 5 left, then 8 right. Wait. Oh, I remember that too. 758. Nagoya. Nagoya City. That's how I remember the code. I remember going down into the air raid shelter 2 or 3 times. That brings back memories. Been having some strange dreams lately. Is that this for real? I hope this isn't real because this all looks very terrifying. And probably not in the way that it's supposed to be. Oh no! I suddenly noticed how much time had passed. I got carried away in our conversation. Yuichi, Hideki, and Kyoko all right? I was suddenly very worried. I promised I would look for them if they didn't come back soon, but 20 minutes had already passed. When did this game come out? 1996. What else was out on the PlayStation 1? In 1996. Let's see here. Play PS1 games in 1996. Tomb Raider. Okay. Tekken 2. Legacy of Kain. Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. Jet Moto. Right. Crazy Ivan. Tobal number 1. Those are some fun games. Twisted Metal 2. Resident Evil was released in 1996. Suikoden. Wipeout 2097. That's got a banging soundtrack, man. Alien Trilogy. Die Hard Trilogy was out in 1996. Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition. Kingsfield 3. 1996. Project Horned Owl. It's a pretty neat shooter. Space Jam. good too. When you get characters at level 5 late game against level 5 enemies. Oh, they like to mix it up. Twisted Metal 2 is amazing. I should play some Twisted Metal. Those games deserve a look back. Yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Like, I don't want to rag on these people, but like, there was some maybe if you're on the shelves looking for this game and against Biohazard in Japan, maybe I can see why I would have lost out. Which just makes it crazier that they're still around. In the end, Kana-chan and I decided to follow the others into the school. It had been ages since I stepped foot inside. I was excited. Every time it stops for a second, because the gap between the music stopping and starting is so long, I'm terrified the game's just locking up. Great games now are just good. Great games back then were great. Maybe you'll get lucky, Jum-kun. He just might, Ryan. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to agree with that, but I also like, I'm old and I recognize that like a lot of stuff made today just isn't made for me. Someone else is gonna think it's great. It's not a Switch goes dark situation, Jum. Oh, I turned that off. I turned that off. My Switch will not go dark anymore. So I'm free to talk as long as I want to. This is even the Switch anyway. It's a PS1. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I think that my eyes today look just like theirs. Oh man. Joshua, I'm sorry. You might want to see a doctor. Let's be careful, Kana-chan. Oh my god! Oh, he's dead. You can't take a blow with a hammer to the back of the head and not just die. What the hell? Someone hit me! A single thought passed through my mind as my consciousness faded. Kana-chan, surely it wasn't you, was it? I mean, I didn't see anybody else there. Let's go. Laura stopped liking some NEA used to be a teenager. Yes, anime. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty normal. There's a lot of stuff like movies, anime, books, games, things you enjoyed when you were younger. But a lot of times I go back to a game that I enjoyed when I was younger and play it now, and I'm just like, this game's terrible. I can't believe I like this. Same with movies. Other times I go back to things that are like, I don't know, I didn't really get this. Oh, I get it now. This is great. It's born in the dark. You merely adopted it. Oh! Triple H, is that you? Welcome to Shigeru's room. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, he's got a knife. What on earth? I was tied to a chair with some rope. I couldn't move an inch. How may I assist you today, sir? This guy is totally insane. If you have no requests, please allow me to hack up your body. He's going to kill me. Please cut my hair. Shave my beard. I don't want him shaving my beard. Also, I don't have a beard. I mean, Jum-kun doesn't have a beard. The childhood shows now, they have new meaning. Stuff I didn't see as a kid. Man, like one of the like one movie I loved as a kid, and I still enjoy it, but it means something very different to me now, was The Brave Little Toaster. Because as a kid, it was like, yeah, I can identify with that. It's so sad that like this guy replaced his appliances. They were his friends as children. And now I'm just like, this is a terrible message because it's telling people not to throw anything away ever. And that's how you get hoarders. Tommy's grandpa's movie on Rugrats. God, I haven't seen Rugrats in forever. I enjoyed that era of animation. Was that Nickelodeon? That was Nickelodeon, right? Bobo the car looking for its mother. It was just a French cartoon. I don't know. I remember like Disney cartoons with like a car. I think the car like got wrecked and got rebuilt into a plane or something crazy like that. Those are very different. I don't think that's what you're talking about. Brave Little Toaster, one is famous. It had some sequels, including one that involved the internet, the early internet. some Ratchet cartoons here. I love hearing about like the cartoons from not the U.S., the continental U.S., because it's always a lot of really interesting stuff that I'm like, man, I've never heard of that. A haircut, is it? Please relax, sir. I'm quite skilled with my scissors. Take a look at this doll. Oh. Oh no, you cut his ball right off. I don't know, that's not very, I mean, as long as you're just taking a little off the top. You know, like Gargoyles is a Disney show. What about Darkwing Duck? Darkwing Duck was based on DuckTales. Oh, woo! Generation of hoarders. Yeah, just people who don't want to get rid of anything because they're afraid they'll hurt its feelings. I don't hear that sentiment much, but it's out there. Bumbo, the yellow car that hatched from an egg. Okay, I've definitely never seen that. Allow me to begin, sir. It's very good. We're gonna get cut. I think I've given you a rather nice haircut, sir, if I do say so myself. For some reason, this weirdo is practicing his hairdressing skills on me. The sharks and lizards don't totally rip off the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, there's a lot of those. The sewer sharks. And then other ones that weren't explicitly mutants, but were like playing up on that. SWAT Cats. SWAT Cats was cool. T-Rex. They were all dinosaurs, but also like superheroes, but also like it was like a 1920s like speakeasy atmosphere. I don't know what they're going for there. Sure, it's like Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is really good. Amphibia and Owl House. I only ever saw like bits and pieces of Amphibia or Owl House. I never really got into the shows much. Back in the day, nothing Disney show related caught my eyes. When I was a little kid, I watched Disney, and a lot of what they would show when I was watching it was old, like Davy Crockett and Zorro. They had the Mouseketeer Club, but I liked the old black and white Mouseketeer better. Did you watch the opening song? I did watch the opening song. It was, I don't even remember it. Didn't have a huge impact on me. I thought it was good. I think it's the kind of thing that would grow on me if I actually like had watched the show. I found you collapsed in the hallway and took the liberty of bringing you in here, sir. But why is a hairdresser here? This is an abandoned school. There's definitely something very strange about this guy. Well, he said he found me collapsed in the hallway. Who the hell knocked me out? And where was Kana-chan? She was right there with me. I have to get out of here now. The moonlight shone ominously through the windows. The room I had just left, it was really a classroom, was at the end of the corridor. I heard the click of the door being locked from the inside. I knew I could not get back in. I had no choice now. I started walking down the corridor slowly. Yeah, that's the zap thing they were talking about, where you can change to another character's perspective, but it is, everything I read is like, don't do that. Don't just see the ending all the way through. DBZ, Sailor Moon, Shaman King, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Cardcaptor Sakura, Evangelion, Escaflowne. Man, people loved Escaflowne. I got the Escaflowne box set. Was one of the first things I was ripping out on my Plex server. There's so much extra content in there, and they really enjoyed making that stuff. Treasure Planet is underrated. Treasure Planet's very good. Very Disney movies are the least Disney-ish ones. Treasure Planet, Rescuers, Fox and the Hound, The Black Cauldron. Joshua, have you read the books that The Black Cauldron was based on, the Chronicles of Prydain? They are, I wouldn't call them kids' books, maybe young adult, but they're not like very kiddish. There's some creepy elements to them. They're very, very good. I thought The Black Cauldron was an excellent adaptation, but that's only part of the story, and I wish they would have done more. I love Disney's The Black Cauldron. Also, like The Black Hole, live action, very good. Something Wicked This Way Comes was super creepy. And those three, I'm like, I can't believe Disney made this. The Black Hole ends with what is surely the mad scientist and his robot in hell. Mind-blowing. I haven't had them on my wish list. I highly recommend reading them. I really, really enjoyed those. I think I loaned them out to a friend and haven't seen them since, but they're really good. I really like those a lot. The Fox and the Hound was one of my favorites. When I was a real little kid, my mom got me these audio cassettes that went with like books, and it was the voice actors from the movie basically like reading like the like picture book version of the movie, and I listened to The Fox and the Hound a lot. I really enjoyed those movies as a kid. I don't think I've seen it since then. I arrived at the next classroom. I entered the classroom. I continued on the corridor. Let's go in the classroom. Why not? Let's go in. Let's see. Huh? The door was locked from the other side. I carried on walking in the dark. One of those cassettes for Lion King. I don't know, they were still making them by then. Also, I had like a bunch of Star Wars ones too that were like Star Wars teaches you shapes and stuff. I just liked it for all the pictures of droids inside. Jim never blinks, he's too traumatized. You can't close your eyes here. You never know what's gonna happen. This is my old elementary school. Also, that barber may have cut his eyelids off for all we know. That's probably why his eyes are so red. He can't close his eyes, so he lacks the ability to moisten his eyeballs. They're constantly drying out. Walking around the building brought back many memories. For example, wait, isn't it the door to the inner courtyard? The door was open. Was someone in the courtyard? We had buried the time capsule in the courtyard. I walked through the door and out into the courtyard. How many times are you going to say courtyard? Dude, that's why you're supposed to change your contacts regularly. I know people have disposable contacts and they just keep using them. It's like, no, man, those things break down. You got to change them out. You got to get fresh ones. You're not supposed to use like the 10-week contacts for like a whole year. This was named by Rafiki and I had it in Spanish dub. Ooh, wish I still had it. I wound up, well, maybe not because Disney stuff, but a lot of that stuff, like people have archived a lot of that stuff. You know, I'm always surprised. I was surprised to find like a lot of the old Shadow Radio show on archive.org. I've listened to some of that. It's really enjoyable. 10 eye damage. It's not a razor blade. Which can keep nearly 2 years if you dry it properly. Yeah. Well, some of that stuff you can, depending on the type of blade, you can sharpen it. Like disposable blades you can't do much with, but like actual like straight razor stuff, you can keep working that stuff. Better than like the disposable stuff, which I've never really had to worry about. There was a very narrow section of my life where I actually shaved with like an actual razor before I decided like it's the beard life for me. And the closest I come is every couple of years I'll shave it all off with the trimmers and then go over it with an electric shaver, and then that's it, and I'll never touch it again, and it just all grows back. Because I always do regret it. I'm always like, you know what? I don't like this. I'm just waiting for it to come back. I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. Well, I can't now. It's all plastic, so I can't really. If I could put the shaver in it, but it would just make a mess. It looked exactly the same. I slowly walked over to where we buried the time capsule together all those years ago. Yes, it was right about here. What is the sound? Toskate. Help me. What was that sound? Without thinking, I turned around. I looked up. I'm gonna look up. I don't like trim now. Use razor blade for an important event. Don't have cream, so I don't use cream for head shaving. Ruins the blade. My cheeks. I don't know that messed with the blade, but then again, I've never. It's been a very long time since I've used any of that. Let's look up. I can't hear it anymore. I have to hurry. Hurry where? Where are you going? Does your head look like a moldy potato? Just trim my beard low. I don't shave it. Yeah, that's about the best that I do. If I want to have a very clean cut, I'll just trim it low. But even then, I just usually just keep the ends neat. And that's about it. I realized I was standing exactly where he had buried the time capsule. There was no mistake. I was right here. I was at the exact spot where we had buried the time capsule. But no matter how deep I dug, I could not find it. Had someone already taken it? There were clear signs that the ground had been dug up here. But there was still something left in the ground. Is it going to be a dead body? Was this a rubber doll? I was very shocked by it. I dipped my entire body in air for a clean, smooth feeling. I guess. I've never used that product. I had a friend in high school who would always tell a story about how he was at a sleepover and they put the other kids there putting air on the back of his leg, and how even years later it would not grow hair. Know how we can spot the loading zones. Yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not well crafted on a technical level. Who left this here? Who would play a prank like this? Aha! All the strange things that have happened tonight must have been part of a big prank. Right, you can't fool me anymore. I raised my head and looked around. There was no one there. Huh? The door to the other school building across the courtyard was open. For now, I decided to enter the other school building. I felt sure that all of the strange things that happened tonight were just a big prank. What is this? There was someone to my right. Fear shot through me as the shadowy figure grew closer. I looked over my shoulder at them. What I saw was absolutely horrific. Yes? Misfortune. What does it mean? Let's conserve the world's resources and save energy. Music starting is killing me. I know, right? It's so bad. I also, it's very, I was confused there for a second until I remembered, oh yeah, this is the premise is this is a TV show. So of course they have like commercials. They have their sponsor segment. But it's one thing if it's the song changes. It's another thing if it's just the same song and it just can't continue. Real classic work here. What I saw was absolutely horrific. It's old Greg. I'm old Greg. Oh my God. The figure resembled a doll. It had no eyes, nose, or mouth. The blank-faced doll came closer and closer. Its skin glistened with moisture, and it stunk like rotten fish. Follow me. It somehow spoke without a mouth. I followed it down a corridor on the right-hand side of the building. Why would you? Pale Greg. It's the pale chub. He's come for us. The doors to the classrooms were all nailed shut with boards. Someone was making renovations. I continued to follow the doll down the hallway. Is that thing crying milk? Finally, we arrived in a classroom at the end of the corridor. It was the only classroom which wasn't blocked off. I followed the blank-faced doll into the classroom. It was very dimly lit inside. There was a hole in the wall where the blackboard once was. It led to the classroom next door. These weren't very tasteful renovations. But wait, there was something even stranger. We look way scarier here. Yeah, Jumington looks a lot more terrifying than this creature. I looked at the walls. I looked at the floor. I looked at the walls. Okay. Which one? Do we look at the walls or look at the floor? I'm inclined towards the floor. It could be something on the walls. Floor. All right. That's enough for me. Whoa! The floor seemed to be covered in the flesh and bones of animals. Rotten skin and fresh meat were mixed together. It made me want to vomit. This is disgusting. Welcome, Jumington. Huh? Was that Yuichi's voice? Oh no! You finally arrived. Yuichi was dressed like a doctor. What on earth was going on here? Yuichi and the doll walked through the hole in the wall. I silently followed them. Oh, he looks like a badly made Cabbage Patch Kid doll. The room was well lit by the moonlight shining in through the large windows. Is this an operating room? I stared at the scalpels and scissors lined up on a desk. No, this is my makeup room. I've done 2 procedures already. They were both difficult, but each of them was a great success. Is that a spatula? No, I guess that's scissors back there. You tell me. I looked at this right here. My first thought was like a spatula or a pancake flipper, turner, whichever you want to call it. In the slots, but I'm guessing it's scissors. The cursed hand of what's pruning shears? That also tracks. A whisk to whisk those organs. Delicious organs. Yuichi grinned. Huh? Wait a moment. I couldn't believe my eyes. Kyoko! Hideki! Those pale bodies suspended from the ceiling by ropes were Kyoko and Hideki. Yuichi, you did this? I flew into a rage at the horrific sight of what he had done. Are they turning into blueberries? Oh my god. Don't worry about them. Yuichi laughed as he explained. They're just sleeping. After our petty little game is finished, I'll make them right as rain. He fed them the Willy Wonka berries. That was my first thought. Like, oh, they're about to get very large in those ropes, aren't they? One guy's head already looks like a big blueberry. Oh boy. I order you to open the gas cylinders in the back. Fred Modo. At Yuichi's words, the doll immediately left the room. Let the game of orders begin. Yuichi let out a big sigh and turned to face me. Rule 1. If you try to attack me, I cannot guarantee Hideki and Kyoko will live to see the dawn. Yuichi glanced at my clenched fist and then continued. Rule 2. I promise to return Hideki and Kyoko to their bodies as long as you answer a single question. The Yuichi I knew was long gone. Well, will you play my game? I like to play a game. All right. Stop messing around. I said stop messing around. Stop messing around! These are your friends! I moved closer to Yuichi. My friends? Friends? Friends, you say? The people that called me a pig and laughed at me are my friends? You're the one messing around. I couldn't care less what happens to them. We didn't bully you, we're friends. Oh, wait. Oh, no, he remembered that we bullied him. This plan has backfired. All right. I had no choice but to accept Yuichi's insane rules. What is your question, then? I glared at Yuichi. Ignoring me, Yuichi began to explain. What was the wish that I put into the time capsule? You have 1 hour to find the answer. If your time runs out, I'll dispose of these two. Fear Hideki and Kyoko, I'll dispose of you too, Yuichi. I left the room to search for the time capsule. What is the third tallest building in the world? What is the land speed of a swallow? Had we all fallen into Yuichi's trap? Was Kana-chan safe? Who dug up the time capsule? And where was it? Can I save Hideki and Kyoko? Are they going to be all right? My mind swirled with all sorts of fears and worries. I walked back through the hole in the wall and into the corridor. I need to search the area where the time capsule was buried. What was his wish? What was his desire? I have to keep moving, I said as I walked into the courtyard. I bet you really never released your inhibitions and felt the rain on your skin. You bum. I don't know, man. I've been out in the rain a lot. Did I tell you the story? Like the first day of the first job I ever had. The first day I worked, the first job I ever had as a teenager, I rode my bike in. And it was I don't know mileage wise, but it was about like a 10-15 minute bike ride. So not like terribly far, but not like a block away. Just quoting a song. I know. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. I can't. That's the rest of it. But so I rode my bike in, and then when I went to leave the job, when the day was over, I got about like 1 block away from the shop, and it started pouring rain, just like a crazy torrential downpour. I couldn't see where I was going at all, and I was just stuck riding my bike blindly through the rain. It was a pretty miserable experience. I made it, obviously, or at least in theory, unless this is all just limbo. It's the average 70s kid's day. Well, I'm not quite that old. Also, I wasn't even alive in the 70s, let alone a teenager. But definitely was like the norm when I was a kid to ride your bike everywhere. But of course, like then once you turn 16 and get a driver's license, like, no, thank you. I'm driving a vehicle now. I returned to the place where we had buried the time capsule. All right, what should I do now? I examined the hole. I searched the grass nearby. Search the grass. Jum is 76. How that would work? My father is 77. Have to be some sort of freak show clone experiment. Unless he himself is much older than he lets on. That would be revelation. Science can do amazing things. I don't know, with science, like, examine holes when I go to get a colonoscopy. Inochi, no! What's up, Inochi? I'm gonna look in the grass nearby, because I already checked the hole, and there was just a weird rubber dowel in it. So I'm guessing someone dug it out, and it's just kind of sitting there. I could be wrong. Nothing looked different. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Whoa! Someone was coming. Phrasing, my friend. Hey! It was Kana-chan. We were relieved to be reunited. We told each other about the strange things we had seen. Kana-chan told me she had entered an underground cave. She said Kyoko had turned into a monster. Did you hit me with a hammer? No! I explained that Yuichi was behind it all. In order to save Kyoko and Hideki, we had to find out what Yuichi had wished for all those years ago. What? Then perhaps. Kana-chan removed a folded piece of paper from her pocket. The paper was covered in childish handwriting. My wish by Yuichi. Year 6, Class 3. Hideki kicked me in the stomach again yesterday. He said, "You need to diet," and made me run 10 laps around the school playing field. Yeah, you know, I'm starting to get on Yuichi's side here a little. Kyoko sent me a love letter. I was so happy. When I went to say thank you, she screamed at me, "Go away, you idiot!" Hideki wrote the love letter to trick me. Jum-kun and Kana-chan started laughing at me. All I could do was cry. Yeah. God, if you're real, please hear my wish. It's only a small thing. Everyone. Everybody. Yeah, yeah. Rock your body. Now we're a bad person. We are a bad person. I mean, we were children. But that doesn't help things. What's going on with Kana's eyeballs? Everyone, what? The paper was ripped and the rest of the sentence was missing. He really hated us, didn't he? Large tears streamed down Kana-chan's face. I like that. The takeaway from that is he hated us. Just because we kicked him in the stomach and pranked him and called him a pig. I can't believe he didn't like us. I'm so hurt. Despite the jankiness of the music constantly starting and stopping, I'm enjoying the soundtrack. I hate to say it. It's catchy. It's really digging in there. Kana-chan and I returned to Ichi's special makeup room. Even though the paper had been ripped in half, we understood exactly what his wish was. Everyone. Oh boy. Oh! Oh no, please. Go! Get them! Yuichi's voice welcomed us back to his special makeup room. The blank-faced doll beside him was clutching a knife. Yuichi had changed his mind. He decided to attack us. Don't hesitate! Attack! Yuichi shouted even louder. The featureless doll slowly approached Kana-chan and me. Oh boy. The doll gradually closed the distance between us. We had no time to think. I only had one option. I pushed the doll away. I shouted as loudly as I could. I pushed the doll away. Try that. I pushed the doll with all my strength. Unexpectedly, the doll collapsed at my feet. Yuichi screamed in rage. What was my wish? I'll tell you, I answered. Everyone stop bullying me. Everyone please die. Maybe. Everyone stop bullying me. I mean, maybe he wants everyone to die. I don't know, what do y'all think? Do you think he wanted everyone to die, or did they just want everyone to stop bullying him? I know he wants everybody to die now. I'll go with that. Hey, maybe stop bullying me, but this is definitely where he's at now. Stop bullying, more than likely could be die. It's real 50-50. Yeah, let's go with the die. A huge explosion shook the school. What on earth happened? When I really think about it, all I can ever really know are the things that happened to me directly. For example, I have no idea what caused that massive explosion. I pulled myself to my feet with the last of my strength. It was getting dangerous here. I had to get out of here. I had to save myself first. I had to save the others. We're going to save the others. Our co-conspirators in ruining this man's entire life. I had to go back and check. I returned to the ruined classroom. Kana, Yuichi, and the doll were lying motionless on the floor. I glanced at Hideki and Kyoko. Their bodies were still hanging from the walls. Kana, wake up! I shouted as I shook her. To my astonishment, her eyes flickered open. I could only help Kana-chan. I had to save everyone. I'm going to try to save everyone. In the midst of the raging flames, I shook Kyoko and Hideki, but they were both as cold as two corpses. I glanced at Yuichi. He was cowering on the spot, trembling in fear. Where am I? Why am I here? I helped Yuichi. Yeah, hey, I owe him that anyway. I held my hand out to Yuichi. Hey, we have to get out of here. Let's carry the others. Help me. What? You forgive me? Yuichi said in disbelief. Of course not. Our friends don't leave each other behind, I replied. Friends? Yuichi smiled. That's right, you're my friend. You'll stay here with me. Yuichi lurched forward and clung to me. Oi, let go, Yuichi! I shouted, but Yuichi only grinned madly. I felt my consciousness fade away as I stared at his evil smirk. Jum-kun, are you all right? It was my mother's voice. Doctor, come quick! Jumington is waking up! Damn it. Yeah, I kind of knew he was going to hose us, but I had to try anyway. When my eyes opened, I found myself lying on a hospital bed. My mother and father looked down at me with worried expressions. A doctor approached my bedside. It was a miracle you survived such an awful fire, Jumington. You had some wonderful friends. Friends? Your friends laid on top of you and protected you from the fire. They sacrificed themselves to save your life. They must have loved you dearly. Misfortune! Oh! Well, there's the credits rolling. The end? Question mark? All right. Start keeping track of these passwords here. What do we got here? 3C3L7V7. That's not too bad. All things considered. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. What was that ending? There's many endings. It's my license plate number. Ryan, no. Don't self-dox. I'll find you now. I'll find you now. There are multiple endings, multiple different characters. Because now we've got the Kyoko route. We got Kana, we got Kyoko. We could do the Jum route again and try to get a different ending out of that. Jump round 2. We could do a poll. I'll do a poll out. I'll do this one and then we'll hit the holds up. We can suffer through that again, Jumington. Oh, we're not anywhere close to being dumb, Ryan. We're going back in. Gonna take a shower and wash the ick off. I don't think it will ever escape. It'll ever get there. Watch some anime. Understandable. I'll be back later. If we come back later, we'll be playing a different route. We'll be seeking out something different. I think how many different endings is There are 12 bad endings and 1 good ending. Wow. That was so sad. I love that ending. We're gonna go for the good ending. We can just like breeze through a lot of this. In the interest of not just fumbling through this forever, I just looked at the walkthrough to see what the quote unquote good ending is. Unless I can see like different stuff. I see a lot of different bad ends through this. I'll go through the good ending. I was trying to pull the dude off him and died on top of him, so he saved because of them. Either that or it was just like he pulled the bodies down and they just fell on him. But they could have been trying to save him. Except that like Kyoko and Hideki were probably dead-ish at that point. So according to this, the first 10 choices don't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. Don't look back. are doing the bad ends too. I'm gonna get the good end, and then I can look at a bad end. I want to see what the good end is since I have it up, but I can see where the bad ends are too. It would be, I'm just skipping through a lot of this because I've already seen this, and it's just going to be the same. It would be better if this is something that like newer games of this style do correctly, which is like the Nonary games trilogy. I don't remember if the first one does it, but the later ones, you can just skip to where you made choices. So you can just skip like a big chunk of the story and just go to where the story branched and make a different choice, which is really good design. I would still use save states. Yeah, if I wasn't playing on the actual PS1, if this was an emulator, I would absolutely be using save states. But unfortunately, I have no access to that here. He's so goofy. Clearly evil. You can clearly see that he's evil. Also, it's useful to have this list because I can look at this and like it makes it easy to remember like which ones did I see before. Misfortune. Jum's story. At that moment, yes, somebody's screaming. Let's stay calm, I said with a big gulp. The big gulp. Yeah, looking at this list, like the choice doesn't actually matter until the doll comes after us. All right. Let's hang out with Kana-chan. Before I knew it, Kana and I were alone together. This is your chance. Let's talk about the past this time. Talked about friends last time. When we were in elementary school, Kana-chan and I often played together. I had a crush on her then. Do you remember? We often played hide and seek at school, didn't we? Oh, yes. Kana-chan smiled sweetly. I don't know, he might have a chance. Talking to Kana-chan made my heart beat faster and faster. Kana-chan glanced at me and then slowly continued speaking. Look at having the same dream over and over. I'm walking alone through a dark cave. What happens next? I'm going to do this because I think we need this to get the combination. Although we may have already gotten it. It may not matter. I'm gonna write this down too. It may be, I don't know if it's a situation that's like we see it and then it just happens in the game, or if we actually have to remember. We'll find out. That's in Kana's story. At least I'll say, like, the stories are short, even if you're not just like skipping everything. the stories are short, so it's not too bad to like continue through them again. Corridors are very dark. Wait for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Let's be careful, Kana-chan. You still have to remember, I got that feeling. Yeah, I would imagine so. We'll find. I wrote it down either way. But that's the other thing that supports that is the fact that they put a mnemonic in there, Nagoya, which would only help you if you knew that those were numbers. But if you're Japanese, like, it would make perfect sense, which is actually kind of neat if you think about it, that they give you a mnemonic to remember it with. A single thought passed through my mind as my consciousness faded. Kana-chan, surely it wasn't you, was it? I don't know, it could be. We'll find out. I can't wait to play her route and find out whether or not she whacked us in the back of the head with a hammer. You never know. Let's get our beard shaved this time. What on earth? I was tied to a chair with some rope. I couldn't move an inch. How may I assist you today, sir? This guy is totally insane. If any requests, please allow me to hack up your body. He's going to kill me. Shave my beard. Please shave my beard. Oh, I don't have my shaving knife. Never mind, this will do. Oh, I don't think you will. Oh, I don't know if you can shave with that. Ooh, well, allow me to begin, sir. Oh, it's beautiful. I think I've given you a rather nice haircut, sir, if I do say so myself. For some reason, this weirdo is practicing his hairdressing skills on me. Funny collapsed in the hallway, took a liberty of helping you. Why is a hairdresser here? This is an abandoned school. So either, it doesn't matter which one you choose, he just cuts your hair and you're fine. Suddenly found me collapsed in the hallway. Who the hell knocked me out? Where was Kana-chan? She's right there with me. I have to get her out of here now. Bum, 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 bum. Door lock behind me. Let's roll. You can skip the cutscenes, which does make it go quicker. Enter the classroom. Continue down the corridor since we couldn't get in the classroom anyway. I want to know why he's there. The world may never know. Toward the inner courtyard, door is open with someone there. We'll bear the time capsule there. Let's go look for the time capsule. What did we choose last time? Look up. Looks exactly the same. I slowly locked over door. We buried the time capsule all those years ago. Yes, it was right around here. That's really creepy audio. I really kind of love that. Todd scared her. What was that sound? Without thinking, I turned around. What? What? What in God's name is this? What? What, Brandmo? Since Stream Chat's just heckling in a nutshell. Mostly you. Sometimes Ryan, but mostly you. What the hell was that? I have to get out of here. They're just some weird pig ghosts. Run, Jumkun! Run! Run for your life! Right, that's saying exactly where we buried the time capsule. There's no mistake. It was right here. Where did they take it? They dug it up. There's something left in the ground. Yeah. Rubber doll. Who left this here? Who would play a prank like this? Oh, that's strange. Why would the rubber doll like burst out of the ground? I believe it's Eat a Snickers. I believe it's Eat a Snickers. Still worried about time capsule. Yeah, you think it's all just a prank? It's like, why? I may as well just go what I came here to do. All the rest of this is weird, but anyway. And it's Kana. What I saw is absolutely horrific. Oh no, wait, that's the doll. We don't run into Kana till later. We have to run through an ad first. Misfortune. Brought to you by Idea Factory. Reminding you to conserve resources. And now we see the doll. Yes, yes. This glistening flesh doll. Quite delicious. Let's follow the doll. Finally, we arrived in the classroom at the end of the corridor. It was the only classroom which wasn't blocked off. I followed the blink face down to the classroom. Boom, bum, 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 bum. On the wall, refer to taste formations. But wait, there was something even stranger. Let's look at the walls this time. It looks like a gray. They all kind of look like grays. Oh my God! 2 men were hung from the walls. Their pale faces didn't move. Welcome, Jun-kun. That voice. Would you like to join them, Yuichi? Yuichi! Yeah! You finally arrived! Yuichi was dressed like a doctor. What on earth was going on here? Yuichi and the doll walked through the hole in the wall, silently followed them. Operating room. No, this is my makeup room. I've done 2 procedures already. They were both difficult, but each of them was a great success. What does it mean, makeup room? Gesundheit. Yuichi grinned. I couldn't believe my eyes. Kyoko, Hideki. Pale body suspended from the ceiling by ropes for Kyoko and Hideki. Yuichi, you did this. I flew into rage. Yes, yes, yes. They are just sleeping. Oh, they look like it. They look like they're just sleeping. I don't think they're just sleeping. Open the gas cylinders in the back. That's probably what exploded. With the gas cylinders. They got a bunch of gas cylinders open somewhere. He looks so happy. He's a happy looking chap. This guy would make like a great like vinyl figurine. He's the perfect proportions for it. I bet it would sell well. Will you play my game? Sure. All right. I had no choice but to accept Yuichi's insane rules. What is your question then? It's very funny looking at this now, how like none of these choices matter until like the very end of it. Have we all fallen into Yuichi's trap? Yes. Who did dig up the time capsule? There's many questions. It feels like kind of like padding, but also like a way to make it seem like, oh, we have all these choices here. Like, think about all the different ways this could play out, and just hope that nobody nobody plays it enough to figure out, like, wait a minute, none of these choices matter at all. In the hole this time. Nothing looked different. I mean, there's plenty of games that have like choices like this where a lot of choices don't really matter or make much of an impact on the story, but they usually they'll branch, like Otogiri has like a bunch of different branches that go on, so like you can jump all over the place with that. What's up, Kimball? How is it going? Welcome in. I'm on my second route through the first character story, so most of it, everything is the same so far. So if I'm just skipping through the text, that's why, because I already kind of read through all of this stuff. So if it seems like I'm zipping ahead, I've seen this before. We're about to come to the only choice that matters. This is one I've never heard of. Yeah, it's not very. It's only released in Japan. There was somewhat recently, I may be wrong about that, but there's somewhat recently was a fan translation released for it. This is from the same company that Idea Factory still exists today. They make the Hyperdimension Neptunia games, among other games. So the kind of badness of this game didn't do them in. It is not like a well-constructed game. The audio kind of starts and stops in a janky manner, but it is amusing. It is amusing, and the graphics are a particular blend of weird bad that I really enjoy. But we still don't know what his actual wish is. Yeah, so the next choice that actually matters is what we do against this doll, which you only have two choices there, but that's the branch off. If you shove the doll, no matter what you do, you're gonna get some flavor of bad end. Like every one of those choices will take you to a bad end. Go, get them! Yuichi's voice welcomed us back to his special makeup room. The blank-faced doll beside him was clutching a knife. Yuichi had changed his mind. He had decided to attack us. Don't hesitate! Attack! Yuichi shouted even louder. The featureless doll slowly approached Kana-chan and me. The doll gradually closed the distance between us. We had no time to think. I only had one option. Shout as loudly as I could. I shouted as loudly as I could. We know what your wish was! Everyone, please get along! We tried Everyone Please Die last time, although I did kind of skip over that. But let's try Everyone Please Get Along. We didn't even have that option last time. Quite a leap. It is. Getting all bad endings would be a nightmare because you have to play the whole game over and over. It's not like, at least for like per character, like it's the fact that there's like 5 different characters to play through. But like knowing that trying to figure it out would only take you a couple playthroughs to realize none of this matters. None of it makes a difference. But you could just like sit there and jam circle and start like the whole time and just like skip through everything until you get to the choice that matters. So it actually goes pretty quick because we were going, granted I was like chatting at the same time. It took us about an hour of like reading through things slowly to get to the end. And then it's going to be like 15-20 minutes to get through this again. So like it really goes a lot quicker going through it again, but it just seems there's like a lot of empty calories in it. Suddenly the room shook violently. An explosion shook the school. All right, well, we still got this going on. Although the walls had protected us from the worst of the damage, the room was now ablaze. It must have been those gas cylinders. The faceless doll was writhing around on the floor, engulfed in dirty crimson flames. Why are the flames dirty? I froze amidst the sudden chaos. We have to get out of here. I smashed a window with my fist. Let's go, Kana-chan yelled. Kana-chan quickly climbed out of the broken window. Hideki, Kyoko, I crouched over both of them and shook them hard. They were both as cold as corpses. I shook them even harder. A clean burn, because you didn't use propane. Clean fuel. Taste the meat, not the heat. I couldn't leave them behind. I began to shake them harder. Hideki, Kyoko! Yeah, it's too late, you idiot. It was Yuichi. He stared at me, cheerful as ever. No! Hideki, Kyoko, wake up! I shouted again. As if my desperation had somehow resurrected them, they both slowly opened their eyes. What happened? I will love you. Kale, come sell me some propane accessories. Although, realistically, I prefer charcoal. But don't tell Hank Hill that. I'm back in my own body. Yuichi growled in anger. Shit! They've been released from my mind control. In an instant, Hideki stood up and grabbed Yuichi around the neck. What did you do? Suddenly trembling in fear, Yuichi looked at the ground. I just gave my dolls your names and had a bit of fun. It was just some harmless hypnosis. Don't misunderstand. Dolls. Hideki stared at the faceless doll lying curled up and burnt on the floor. It was still smoldering. It looks just like that thing I saw in my dream. We all managed to flee the school in the confusion the fire created. Hideki, you said something about dreaming of the doll? We pushed past curious onlookers running towards the school. My dreams? It was horrible. Really horrible. Hideki's eyes narrowed as he stared at the fire in the distance. Misfortune. I think we're pro the pain. The end? Question mark. These two dolls used to be humans. They were hypnotized. All right, what's our password? 3C3L7W8. Only the last two digits changed. It seems like it would be an easy code to break. So we got one bad end and one what they claim is a good end. That's 11 more bad endings. Wow, there's some crazy endings there. Okay, now I'm going to put a poll up. If you want to see a bad end in the Jum route or see a new route with Kana. So cast your vote in the poll. I'm going to take a quick break here to respond to some messages from the fam and get a blast of cold air. I'm gonna escape this very warm room for a second. There's no happenings, not here, not now. This tale is just sorrows and woes. You think that justice and good will prevail, but that's not how the story goes. Series of unfortunate events. I never read those, and I didn't see the movie. Did they make 2 movies of that? Or am I confused? Is it a movie and a TV series? I might be thinking of something else. I thought all I remember is the author Lemony Snicket and seeing it, but I never got. I think I had a friend who read them, but they never really said anything about them. 1 movie and a TV series, because that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. I want to take a quick break. I will return in a moment. Right now, it looks like Connor Route is winning. So we'll pop over and check that out. We might go through each of these and see, and then if there's time, I'll come back through and do some more of the bad routes, because I think the different bad endings, just taking a glance at some of them, are pretty varied in how bad things get. So they are interesting at that, at least. I just breathed in and swallowed at the same time, and it all went wrong. All right, I will be right back in just a moment, and then we'll continue with Kana. We'll see what her end of things look like, and then we can look at Kyoko and Hideki and see that. And I see that the final option is Yuichi's route, which is very curious. They should go fairly quickly. I think we could get all of these knocked out tonight, depending on how long each of them get, or how many different times we go through the route. I'm not gonna look at anything until I finish the route at least once, and then I'll go back and see what the prop ending is. Caves of Jum route. into the caverns of Jumington. All right, I'll be right back in just a moment. Stay tuned. I'm back. All right, I'll go ahead and end this poll. Looks like the counter route won. Pretty sweeping victory there. Thank you very much. I imagine it's a very cluttered room. It is a very compact space. I can tell you that much. Like I can reach my hands out and touch the walls on either side of me, and I can't even like fully extend my arms out. Don't have to fully extend the arms out to do so. It's pretty cramped, to be honest, with all the consoles in here. And I don't even have all the consoles. I have to float some of them, like the Twin Famicom, the Genesis, the N64. All kind of have to get swapped out in the same spot. It's the real problem with the consoles is all the consoles that have top-loading cartridges that I need to access. You really can't stack stuff unless you construct some kind of weird shelf. You really can't stack them on top. Like right now, the Genesis is sitting on top of the NES because it's got a nice flat structure and I can sit on it. But like everything else is like cramped for space, and I've got my OG Xbox just kind of up on its side down there. Every time I think like I could add another console to this, it's like, oh boy, pretty soon I might have to stream with like 3 consoles sitting on my lap. So in real life, I can't shake around in here because it would just, you know, like sometimes I swing my chair back too quick and bump into the shelf behind me and some cans roll off. I'm like, oh. Poor Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death. I'm amazed my OG 360 lived as long as it did. But I had a fear for that, so I replaced it with a 360 Slim earlier in the year. I don't think I've streamed from it. No, I did stream from it. I used it for the Condemned 2. What am I saying? It's much quieter. And they're a lot more reliable than the old ones. I had an old 360 Elite, and I got it was a Christmas gift, but like the Red Ring was already fairly well known then, so like every time I played it, it was like, oh boy. It's only a matter of time before this thing goes out, but it's still kicking. But I've retired it just as a precaution now. Let's check out the yeah, you can get, if you look around, if you're still interested in the 360s, you can, love. I'm a girl who's deeply in love. Wow. It was a Rush console. So the 360, the Red Ring on the 360 and the PS3 Yellow Light of Death are very closely related in the production issues they had. And as far as I'm pretty sure the 360 is the same deal. It's a problem with the infill. They used the wrong infill in the production of the chips, and it caused the chips to flex too much. And they're BGA, so like it's solder balls underneath. It's not a very good physical connection, and if things have too much room to flex because the infill was improper, it causes them to flex off. So that's why in the original 360, one of the fixes was to wedge some pennies between the case and the heatsink to force the heatsink down tighter. And that would kind of get it to reconnect. But like on the PS3, there was, for a long time, people thought it was these particular capacitors that would fail. But it was just like, to change the capacitors, you had to put so much heat on the board, and it was right next to the GPU, which is where the issue was, that would actually sort of reflow the GPU, so you'd think the caps fixed it, but it was really the same kind of infill problem. So now what people do for the PS3 is they make Frankenstein systems where they take the GPU from the more stable GPU from later PlayStation models and put it on the original backwards compatible PlayStation. And then you got to do some stuff with the firmware. It seems to work, but that's a lot of work, man. I've never done like BGA reballing, and I don't think I would ever want to tangle with that. OG PS3 lasted 7 years. Then I had the version 2, currently on the Slim. Yeah, I never had the OG PS3. The first PS3 I got was the Slim, and it's still running fine. You got to make sure you dust them out from time to time because it gets can build up a lot of dust in there, and that'll kill it off. So I just use the Steam Deck now. Yeah, like I love old consoles. I love the original hardware, and I do everything in my power to keep all my old consoles running and keep them fixed up and running well. But it's a lot. And there's a big difference between repairing like an NES and then like the PS3 and 360. I wouldn't go further than that. I wouldn't put much work into like the later consoles. Because most of the stuff, like once you get to PS4, like a lot of that stuff's on PC. Big one, been back, but my Slim lasted a long time. Yeah. Love that OG PS3 tweak like that. Yeah, there's services that can do it if you're willing to pay. I don't know if you have to provide, you probably have to provide the donor CPU, but you can get a PS3 Slim for not too much money. The OG stuff is spottier, and most of it's going to be not working. The other thing that sucked about both the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360 was that the optical drive was like the firmware was locked to the system. So replacing the optical drive would either require you to hack the firmware to reprogram it. I think they call it remarrying the drive on the PS3. I think on the 360, the only two options you had were to find a identical optical drive and swap the control boards, or to find an optical drive with a control board that you could put a hacked firmware in. And at one point I thought my 360's drive had failed because I got a copy of a game that was supposed to be new and it wouldn't read at all. And it never occurred to me that disc was messed up until I decided to trade games in, and they refused to take it, and they flipped it over, and the disc was destroyed. So somebody had like destroyed their disc, bought another copy, swapped the discs, resealed it, and taken it back to the store, and I ended up with it. And I never even looked at it because it was brand new. I was just like, of course it's good. Second option sounds way easier. It depends. Like it depends on the hardware you can get for that stuff. Because even like the OG 360, the OG Xbox had similar issues with the optical drive. A lot of high failure rate on the optical drives on that. And there's only some particular drives that would work in that, which are, many of them are like impossible to find anymore. Happened to me with the disc too. Yeah, that's the only time it's happened to me. I was dumbfounded with it. It was new but filled with cuts. Yeah, and that's more than likely what happened is somebody had a messed up disc. They bought another copy and then resealed it with their effed up disc in it. There were other issues. I remember the Xbox magazine used to come with demo discs, and those demo discs often had issues and they wouldn't play out of the package, and people found out you could boil the disc and get it to play. So people were out there boiling DVD demo discs for the Xbox to get it to play. It's pretty, that's why like I go through and I do a lot of modifications to my old consoles so that I don't have to depend on the optical drives because they're so spotty. That's bloody bad. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I remember reading about that at the time and I was like, what? You're kidding me. You're kidding. I've had to do that myself, not for discs. Back when I was playing a lot of D&D, I bought a lot of the pre-painted D&D minis, and a lot of the bigger ones would come like horribly bent up. But you could boil them and then kind of reposition them, and it would soften the plastic, and you could kind of reposition them and let them cool off. And sometimes that got them working again. Local game store would boil discs for $3. I worked at a game store and we had a resurfacer, and it's not like some of the resurfacers I've seen now are like huge boxes that like do like really elaborate work on it, make a really clean resurfacing. This thing was like pretty primitive, but it did work. It did work for some discs as long as the scratches weren't too deep. Does that work with Blu-ray? It depends on the specific problem with the disc. Because I think the issue was with those discs, with the way they were pressed and then subsequently shipped, would cause them to get warped ever so slightly, and boiling them would kind of snap them back to their correct shape. I don't think it did anything for the clarity of the plastic. So if your Blu-ray, if the discs are kind of warped like that, which is kind of hard to tell, you could do that. But the resurfacing should work, because the whole idea of it is that you're just smoothing out. If you have, you're just buffing off the plastic. So if you have like a very small scratch in the plastic, if you can buff off a layer of plastic to get it down to smooth that scratch out, you can read it again, because it's all optical. That's the name. It's the optical, drives. It's an optical medium. So you just got to get that scratch out. If the scratch is too deep, though, you can't buff enough plastic away to get it dealt with. Because after a certain point, if you take too much plastic off, the weight of it gets thrown off and it doesn't spin properly because it's no longer being held in place properly. It was loud. Blockbuster had one. It worked a little. It was so loud. Yeah, because it's just like a grinder that just rotates the disc slightly. You could do it with like Brasso. Some people would use that because it would kind of you could buff the plastic with that. It was mixed results. Sadly, no Star Army did niche DIY stuff like that. It was very popular for used places to have those. If you're running a used business and you're routing through a lot of optical media, it's worth it to invest in those, but not every place does it. And not everyone has like the good stuff or has people who are trained on how to use it. The hand crate kind, you put a white liquid on the disc, close. Yeah, that was what we started with at the shop. And then they invested in a bigger one because they did CDs, DVDs. They weren't around long enough for Blu-rays, but they did a lot of CDs. And so they had a fancier one that did a pretty good job. It couldn't fix everything, but it could fix a lot of things. Had to learn for myself how to back up games, repair things. Yeah, so in that same here, like there are places I could send it out to, but like it's cost prohibitive, and I have enough skill already to do it that I was able to pick up the rest. But some of the stuff like the BGA reballing, like I don't think I would ever tackle that. It would take so much investment for me, unless I was doing it as like a repair business. I don't think I could justify it. You had to do it fast. Worked the brush inside. Yeah, they worked pretty well. It all, like I said, it all depends on how bad the scratches were, what position they were in. But most of the time, like, just for regular handling, the scratches were pretty light and those would work for it. But like if someone took like a pen to it and just gouged it out, like, no, you're probably out of luck. Kana is deeply in love. I'm in love with a man named Jumkun. Oh, be still my heart. He'll be here soon. I'm so happy to see him again. Yes, I am so happy. We are meeting here tonight at our old elementary school to keep a promise we made a long time ago. So I thought Jumkun had a chance with Kana. Now we know we're in like Flynn, baby. There are 5 of us in total. Kyoko, Hideki, and I are already here. We are still waiting for the other 2. Just keep on rolling. Refers to himself at this age by her own name. Well, that might just be like a weird translation thing. Or just like a bad editing. Ah, Jum, you're here. I turned around at the sound of Kyoko's words. Standing there was the man of my dreams, Jumkun. Keep in mind, Jumkun is just like, there is like the first character. The first character actually has a name if you don't name him. I don't know if the translators put that in, but his name is Usui-kun. So he has like a name, a default name. Me thinking Japan, I've only seen it with younger, immature characters. Yeah, well, I don't know how old these characters are, because they could be like, they could be middle school students for all I know. And you might not think it to look at them, but like, I don't know, they're weird with some of that. They have a character that looks fully adult, and they'll be like, they're 13 years old. Like, what? No. That is kind of childish. But I think that also goes with like the cute character. They act like that. Certainly not the haircut, though. I don't know what's going on with that. It's terrifying to me. There we are. The man of Kana's dreams. It's been a long time, Jum. Jum-kun immediately started chatting with Hideki-kun whilst Kyoko and I looked on. The way around. She looks 5. No, she's 180. Yeah. That is a very popular one. There's only one of those that I like accepted and thought was okay, and that was Gate. And I think I only accepted that because I really liked Gate, the anime. Elves. Elves. Well, if you're like long-lived species, that sort of makes sense too. But like you could apply it to anything. Like they're actually a dragon, a 3,000-year-old dragon. Once you bring like immortality into stuff, then like all bets are off. But after a while, like I don't know. I don't know where to stand on that. I think there's sometimes in stories where like, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. And sometimes it's like, I know who you are. I know who you are, character designer. I know what you're looking for. Vampires. Yeah, like anything that's long-lived or immortal has that. There's a lot of options to choose from if you want a character who looks very young to be very old. The sky's the limit on what you could pick from. But after a while, you have to ask, why is it so important for these characters to look like small children, but that for them to be legally adults? It's not always the same answer, but sometimes it is, and it leaves me like, I don't think I can recommend this series now. Well, as I'm entertained, there's some questionable stuff. Like, yeah, there's a lot of series. Like, I love Food Wars, right? But I have a hard time recommending that to anyone because they get to the first bit where someone like gets really excited eating food and they're looking at me like, I see why you like this show. Like, no. I just kind of eat around that stuff. Monogatari, why? Yeah, it's a popular thing there. You can't deny it. It's not everything. It's not everywhere. But the lolly characters are very popular. Often for troubling reasons. I mean, the fan service stuff is like, it's almost everywhere in anime. It's like, it's always gonna be there. And it's one of those things that like, you watch a lot of it, maybe you don't really think much of it until it gets pointed out or someone really throws it back at you. You just don't think too much about it. You're just kind of enjoying the show and maybe you just kind of ignore it. At least that's how I feel about a lot of it. Zenkichi's mom in Manaka Box, where she's an adult, like her late 20s, early 30s, looks like a 10-year-old. Yeah, Japan legal age is different from others. Questionable, let's not to them. Yeah. There are some cases that is particularly egregious. Like, I really liked and defended Made in Abyss. And the anime had some like questionable stuff, but it was like, well, they're all kids, right? They're all kids. And so like, I just viewed it as like, it's just innocent. It's innocent. Like kids taking a bath. Like that's not such a big deal. And then I read the manga and I was like, oh no. Like they toned it down a lot at least in the first season. And reading the manga was like, oh, this person has a thing. And I don't think I like this. I couldn't stomach Food Wars. That's almost like it's like a pun there. I don't know. I love Food Wars, but yeah, it has its bits. It has its moments. Kana, you really like Jump, don't you? Kyoko whispered. I didn't know how to answer. I'm not sure. Yes, I do. Be honest. Be honest, girl. Live your truth. Yeah, tell me about Main Abyss. Yeah, it was like I bought those from like a local bookstore and then I read it and it was like, oh, I can't go back there. If they know, I can't go back there. There it is. I made that pun. It just works. It just works. Yes, I do. I whispered back to Kyoko. Then I'll try and give you a chance to be alone together. Tell them how you feel. Kyoko affectionately patted me on the back. The reason we had gathered here in the first place was to dig up a time capsule we'd buried in the courtyard on the day of our graduation. However, we had to break into school in the middle of the night. The school was closed down because of an incident last year, so we had no choice but to sneak in under the cover of darkness. I'll still go back. They're selling it. I did go back. This was years ago. I didn't buy any more of them. I stopped at that point. I was like, I'm not continuing this. But when the person was like ringing it up, like they didn't even know how to pronounce abyss. They're like, made in abyss. And I just kind of stared at them. Like, I don't want to be judgy, but I'm like, you work in a bookstore. That's an English word. I guess you've never stared into the abyss before. I think it was just one of those things that they saw it was like Japanese and they just assumed like this can't be an English word. Shame, like the anime, it's a good story. Yeah, I think the anime like trims out enough of that it's like the more objectionable stuff. Shouldn't judge me and bought it from them. They will. They will. Speaking of someone who's worked in those businesses, like I really didn't care, but there were people judge. I don't want to give anybody anxiety about that stuff, but hell, man, people will judge you if you buy like very mundane books. They're just like, they like this. They like this. Unbelievable. Terrible taste. A man who came in to unabashedly check on a book he'd ordered. We looked it up. It was spicy just from the title. Yeah. Workers just have to get over it. Again, I don't think they even like had even looked at it. I don't think they'd even looked at it. It wasn't what got me was like the first volume has some stuff that I'm like, oh boy, like I would expect this to be shrink wrapped, and it wasn't. Every other volume after that I saw was shrink wrapped, so I think I got off easy on that one. Yeah, but it's one of those situations that like they may make a judgment on you at that transaction, but they almost certainly will not remember you unless you're in there like every other day buying something like that. You'll just blend in with the rest of it. Finally, Yuichi Kun arrived, late as ever. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Yeah. The Yuichi jump scare. He hasn't changed at all. When we were younger, he was always the slowest, and of course tonight was no different. At any rate, we were all here now. I'm troubled by how like fast that hand shakes on the screen for the selection there. I'll go and dig up the time capsule. Leave it to me. The drinks are my way of saying sorry for being late, Yuichi said as he disappeared inside the school. Those drinks are almost certainly drugged. They're almost certainly poisoned, knowing what we know now. But there's a lot of anime that I've watched that I thought absolutely nothing of, and then tell someone about it, and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe like you like that sort of thing," and they'll point to some scene, and it's like, I don't even remember that. Like I didn't even think about that. This is just like people fighting. It's like, you ever notice the camera angles they have on that? Like, no, I don't really think about that. I don't really think about that. It's like if you tell people you play video games and they're like, you must love the really violent stuff, and they'll like list like one single game, and it's like that's all they know about games, and they cast the entire judgment on that. Like, I don't like games, they're just mindless violence. And it's like, Tetris is a game, Farmville is a game. Video games are very varied. It's like saying you like movies and someone's like, oh, you like The Exorcist? Is that the only thing you like? It's like, I didn't even mention that. There's tons of different movies, man. Horse Racing Girls, family member said it was weird. It kind of is, but yeah, not that weird. Not in the way I think that we're talking about, like some of the other stuff is. But like anything can be. That's the thing. You get someone like outside looking at that stuff, and they'll like. They're not into it. They don't click with it at all, and they'll just pick up on a lot of things that you're just like, I don't get what you mean. Like, I'm not sexualizing these horse girls. I don't even watch that show, but like, I'm not watching this to like sexualize animated characters. It's a cartoon. I like them cooking stuff. When they'll watch it and they'll be like, that chick's got a big rack. I bet I know why you like it. Like, come off it, man. There's more going on here. Open your eyes. That's more of a, you're telling on yourself. That's my view. If you go and watch those things and you go, I see. Like, I guess all you can see is this, pal. I see a deeper plot. Recently watching Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes. There's so many particular shots from the female characters, just like the comics. It's playing the game, yes, sir. You gotta get those, gotta get them Hanses. Gotta get the horses. I don't know if Sky's a big fan of the horses. Jumkun was so handsome. Well, now I know it's a video game because that's absolutely not the case. I found myself staring at him. I bet in a handsomeness contest, the real Jum Jumington could go toe to toe with Jumkun here. I think we'd be about tied. They have the dirty minds. That's what I'm saying. Like there's some stuff that it's like High School of the Dead, right? You watch High School of the Dead, even if you enjoy the plot and story elements, what's going on with it, you cannot deny that has some extremely egregious shots of it. But I could still see that people watch it and they're just like, I don't care about that. I don't care about that shot. I just like the zombie stuff. But if you're watching like Food Wars is my go-to. You watch Food Wars and you're like, oh, it's just this. It's like, no, there's so much more going on from this. It's just, that's all your mind can comprehend. Just turning to look at the other characters. Yeah. I think they all have their own unique charm. Like those mummified alien pictures that were floating around the past couple of years. That's what they all look like to me. Sometimes we don't notice. I watch shows with my friends and they point out weird stuff and never question. That's exactly what I'm saying, Joshua. That's exactly what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff I just don't notice or think about. Then you try and show it to someone and thinking they'll like this plot about people fighting in giant robots, and they'll just be like, what's up with that outfit? Like, oh boy. Zombie in Action is why I looked up the show. The other stuff was extra candy, for lack of a better word. Yeah, well, I mean, that's all fan service stuff is. You can have shows that are nothing but that, but most of the time, like, that's just slipped in is like little extra spice when there's like actual plot and story and good animation going on. Those same people never seem to complain in a domestic live action movie if there's some like stupid inexplicable sex scene right in the middle of it. They don't have a problem with that. Nobody watches a movie that has like some dumb sex scene and it says, I bet you just watched it for that 30-second sex scene. Gurren Lagann was one of those that like I after I watched it, I read somewhere that Yoko Littner was like 16 years old, and I was just slightly skeeved out by that. I'm like, really? 16? I realized like the aging is different in Japan, but it troubled me slightly. But it's for their market. Zooming in the butt, not so many movies. Yeah, I think she's 14 actually. Oh no, it's even worse. You might be right on that, Gimbal. I may be misremembering. They're both bad. I shouldn't just stare though. I had to say something. Just as I somehow have the courage to speak. I still really enjoy the show, and I still highly recommend it. Cause like that's one character, that's one like fairly minimal aspect of the show. It's not like all that's going on. There's so much more going on in there. You can just get past that. We heard a sudden shrink from within the school building. It was an awesome show. Yeah, I think about that show a lot. How the scale of the show and like the size of the world just keeps opening up and getting larger and larger and larger. And I think about how it starts in like a small cave underground and it just keeps getting like bigger and bigger. And every time there's a moment where they're like, we reached the top, and like, no, there's still further to go. You can still go even further beyond. Was that Yuichi screaming? I suddenly realized how much time had passed since Yuichi had gone inside. I began to feel very frightened. I ran over to Jum-kun. Now's your chance. Shows marketing teenagers, fans of for teenagers. Sometimes we forget there are kid shows. Adults aren't the main audience. Exactly. Yeah, I've talked about that before. The same reason that you have a lot of shows that feature high school characters or take place in high school. It's because that's the target audience. That's who they're marketed for. It's not all shows. There are shows with adult characters, and I tend to find the shows with adult characters tend to have a lot less of that. Like, what was the I think the show is Recovery of an MMO Junkie. Yeah, that's it. I really like that. Unemployed 30-year-old single woman quit her corporate job, being disillusioned with the real world, started playing MMORPGs almost nonstop. So, like, it's adults. They're fully adult. Awkward adult romance. I really like that show. And I didn't see anything egregious in that, too. All right, because an adult animation tends to have less sexual content, right? There is stuff that's out there for it, but yeah, it's mostly, targeting to the horn dog teenagers. In fear, I ran over to stand near Jum-kun. It's all right, don't worry, Jum-kun reassured everyone. Then I looked at the school. When I turned to face the school, I did not see anything unusual. Kyoko and Hideki looked worried. The one I haven't watched it yet. I like it. The ending is not quite satisfactory. I think the manga goes past the anime, but I don't know if there was enough for them to make another season of it. But what was there I enjoyed. Most of the time, anime watchers are the opposite. Kid show adult watchers the other way too. Yeah, but that's like, I think there's lots of kid shows that are made with kids in mind that pick up an adult audience. And vice versa. I think there are examples where it's marketed as one thing, but they definitely intend it for another audience. You're just free to enjoy what you enjoy within. I hate to even say like within certain limits, because like who sets those limits? I don't think there's a universal truth for that. There are things that I find objectionable or tasteless, or things that I don't enjoy. But they're not like, these aren't harmful to other human beings. So I'm not really that concerned. I might talk about it as like, but I don't really care if you have like a character that looks like a small child you say is 3,000 years old. I think it's kind of overused and hackney, but I don't think it's like, it should be outlawed. You're criminals. Shows like Husband Hotel, Hella Boss, An Amazing Digital Circus for adults, kids are the main audience. Yeah. And that's, especially if you're putting something out on the internet, like you're going to attract a younger audience. My little nephew, I shouldn't say, well, he's not that little, but he's, not yet a teenager. Huge fan of Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2. Can't go on enough about those games. Definitely not made for kids. But, he's not like, I was just having fun with the game. I consider it fairly innocent, personally. I watch more of those shows. Been a while since I watched them. I only watched like somebody else, another streamer was doing like a watch along for Amazing Digital Circus. And it was the only one that I saw, and I didn't realize it was like, there had been others before it. I was extremely confused. Named the dog after the MC. Yep. Oh, houseless routines. Fans are mid-20-somethings. Look at the My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, right? Like the MLP stuff. Like that drew a lot of adult fans. I'll go and take a look. Hideki-kun said while striking a brave pose. When I jump back to the game, here's what I say. I jump back to the game. It's not out of a lack of interest in the chat. I'm just also trying to advance the game. So don't take it the wrong way. If I read the comment and jump back to the game, it's not me saying I'm done with this conversation. Just try juggling both. They'll go crazy behind My Little Pony. Yeah, I mean, it's got a fandom, and fandoms for anything can be nuts. Doctor Who fandom can be pretty up there, like Star Trek or Star Wars. Like a lot of fandoms get pretty crazy. Understand? Oh, that's good. That's good. Just always feel bad. We're having a conversation, and then I'm like, I also need to advance this game. Like they're gonna think I don't want to talk to. I'll go look for Yuichi too, said Kyoko. I know Hideki was trying to show off to Kyoko. I silently think to Kyoko, now I can be alone with my beloved Jum-kun. Behead collectors too from back in the day. Yeah. Leave us behind. If you don't come out in 10 minutes, come and find us. Hideki thumped Jumkun's shoulder, opened the school gates, and began walking towards the building. Perhaps this is our last goodbye, Kyoko joked darkly. Kyoko laughed and suddenly grabbed my hand. I don't think Jumkun understood her joke. He was always very serious. But I thought I saw anger flash across his eyes briefly. Kyoko followed Hideki, and they both entered the dark school building. My heart began to beat faster now that Jumkun and I were alone. What should I do? The others had suddenly left, so I began to feel very nervous. Perhaps sensing my awkwardness, Jumkun kindly spoke to me. We often played hide and seek at school, do you remember? What? I didn't remember that. So I didn't know what to say. Oh, yes. That's funny. I didn't expect that. Just be like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't show. Is he using your past responses? Yeah, I don't. Well, I think it's canned, which then implies like a canon response there. Yes, I said and sweetly smiled at Jumkun. He smiled back. The childhood friend, the classic childhood friend, the neighbor, the tomboy, all great. I started to feel more relaxed, so I tried my best to continue the conversation. I talked about our friend. I talked about my worries. Let's talk about our friends. Let's not talk about the worries right now. We can talk about the worries right now. Take it back. Let's talk about the worries right now. Decided to reveal all of my concerns to Jumkun. Recently, I've been having the same dreams over and over. I'm walking alone in a dark cave. Perhaps you should talk to a therapist, Jumkun joked. He could tell I was scared by the dream and was trying to cheer me up. He was so kind. I don't know, that sounds more like a, hey, that's not my problem, lady. Jumkun and I continued to tease each other. We were getting on like a house on fire. That's quite an expression. Oh my God. What am I looking at here? What is this? Is that a burning cat? What the hell was that? Foreshadowing a house on fire. Yep. I was so happy to talk to him. I suddenly realized that we had gotten carried away in our conversation. The others had gone inside the school ages ago. Kyoko, Hideki, Yuichi had still not come back. After talking it over with Jumkun, we decided to go inside as well. Walking through the old gate with Jumkun made my heart race. It was extremely dark inside, and the old wooden floor creaked. There was a very eerie atmosphere. We eventually stopped walking as we couldn't see through the gloom, but I was very happy because Jumkun was there beside me. And that's when I decided to club him. Oh my God! Never mind. Well, I guess that answers that. We both got clobbered. What? Suddenly, someone struck me in the back of the head. I instantly collapsed to the floor. Jumkun, help me! Look over here! I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I passed out. KO! Ugh. I slowly regained consciousness. How long had I been out for? Where was I? A cave? The spiral. Uzumaki. For some reason, I seemed to be underground. My head hurt a little, but otherwise I was unharmed. I was thinking about that today. I don't know what brought it in my mind, but I was just thinking about one of the early scenes in the movie where the mother makes them all dinner, and it's miso soup with those fish cakes. I forget what it's called, but it's like the fish cake that has a spiral on it. And when she's serving it up, she puts like all of them in the dad's soup, and everyone else is looking like, what? I would also like some food. just for him. And then he gets pissed off when he runs out of them, when he eats all of them, and then just starts spinning the soup. There's the little genome or the anti-spirals. It looks like we're gonna have to row fight the power. Might have hurt a little, but otherwise I was unharmed. Where was the exit? I looked around in a panic, but I had no idea. What was that sound? It sounded like metal scraping against metal. Feeling desperate, I began walking in the direction of the noise. Gurren Lagann by Junji Hito. Think of the guy from Corpse Party. Yeah. This does like... This gives me like a much less gruesome Corpse Party vibe. Because it's like people going into an old elementary school at night, and then like devious things happen. Just like... Just if Corpse Party in this game were both meals, right? Corpse Party is like a big meal and everything's fully cooked. And this thing is like the people didn't quite read the directions, and they got halfway through like the instructions for Hamburger Helper and just gave up. So like the noodles are raw and there's just a packet of sauce mix that you can just eat. Minus the evil doll ritual. Yep. Turned out to be a pair of iron grates striking each other. I slowly tried to process what had just happened, but nothing made sense. I stood motionless in the tunnel. These noodles are raw! I stared blankly at the grates. Whoa! I suddenly realized something. Through the grates I saw a message on the wall. Through the grates! When I looked carefully, I could see a safe behind the iron grates. I suddenly remembered this safe from childhood rumors. It was the cursed safe. Yes, one of my friends had told me about the cursed safe. I thought it was just a story like the slit-mouthed woman, but here I was, staring at the cursed safe with my very own eyes. The story went like this. There was once a very pretty girl at the school, but she had no parents and she was bullied mercilessly. Every day the other students would fill her desk drawer with sand and then pour it out over her head. They treated her horribly. But one day the leader of the bullies suddenly went missing. The police searched all over for her, but to no avail. I remember that was in the papers, so this part of the story was certainly true. After that, a rumor began to spread that the orphan girl locked the bully in a safe in the abandoned air raid shelter under the school. They said that the safe was full of sand. That was the rumor anyway. I have a curse save myself whenever I open it. There's no savings inside. That's much like my dwindling savings. It's very cursed by my bills. The most terrifying thing of all, modern finances. I stared at the safe again. I knew how to open the safe. I felt very strange. I think I know how to open the safe. Yes. They said there was a way to open the cursed safe full of sand. I didn't recall exactly, but I placed my hand on the safe dial. I remember, right 7 times. Oh yeah, so we do have to remember it. It does break it down to the choices. 7 right, 5 left, 8 right. So right 7 times. Stupid children, don't they know they should shun the child? Then she'll grow up to want friends and become a magical girl. Or the child will We'll invite them all to the elementary school and then perform operations on them. Lastly, to the right 5 times. 8 right. To the right 8 times. There was a loud crunch, then the safe slowly opened. I was shocked by the sight which awaited me within. On some paper covered in soot, I saw my own handwriting. But it wasn't just my writing. There was lots of paper inside. Who put our wishes in here? We put them in the time capsule years ago, I said aloud in shock. Year 6, Class 3. Kana, I wish that the person I fancy finally notices me. Year 6, Class 3. Jum, I wish that we all stay friends even after we graduate. 6, Class 3. Hideki, I wish to become someone people respect all over the world. Year 6, Class 3. Kyoko, I really love Jum-kun. I hope he falls in love with me. Oh no! Oh no! Not the classic 2 friends are actually rivals. Would you recognize your handwriting from years ago? I would. But so I would recognize my own handwriting because my handwriting up until very recently was extremely tiny. And so like I became obsessed with writing like as small as I possibly could. Now I have a hard time reading it because my eyes are terrible. And I go through old notebooks and I'm just like, wait, what did I write this for? I can't write that small anymore because I can't see well enough for it. But I recognize that. Also, a lot of my handwriting up to a certain point was terrible in a very particular way. Well, it depends on the handwriting, I guess, how distinctive it is. Then again, my handwriting is very plain, so I think it could easily have been forged. Why someone would want to do that, I don't know. A signature, perhaps, not just the handwriting. But, you know, maybe I don't know, because, like, this is going back. I think if I found something from elementary school, I probably wouldn't recognize it. I think you're right, Gimbal. I think if you go back far enough, I think my handwriting would have been much, much worse then, and I probably wouldn't get it. I gasped when I read Kyoko's wish. I knew I had read something private. I placed the papers back into the safe. I hope no one finds this, I whispered to myself. No! I need to see what Yuichi's wish is. We have to know. The betrayal of Kyoko. But so, like, this is another classic trope in it that, like, Kyoko wrote that, but also was like, I'll hook you up so that you can get close to Jum-kun. So, like, even if we don't even know if Kyoko still has a thing for Jum-kun, but she cares more about her friend than her own feelings. That's not the time for that head and then abducted. It's just like Jum-kun's story is the same way. Like, all that stuff's going on, and he's like, I wonder if the old time capsule's still there. No, there's bigger fish to fry. I began walking, searching for the exit once again. After about 5 minutes, I finally remembered this place was the abandoned air raid shelter we had often played in as children. But I didn't remember it being this big as a child. Which is funny, because you'd think it'd be the other way around, that it would seem much bigger as a child, but... They also, like, they really pad this game out by having these cutscenes that are just the same shot of them walking over and over again. The Toradora plot. Killing each other's wingman, probably end up together. Yep. Finally, I found the exit and managed to escape. I want to leave this terrifying place right now. The air raid shelter was at the edge of the courtyard between the 2 school buildings. I headed towards the main school building when suddenly... Who is calling? What was that pig monster before? What was that sound? What was that sound? Something making a weird rustling was approaching. What on earth could it be? Without thinking, I stared towards the noise. I'm going to stare towards the noise. I strained my eyes and looked in the direction of the creepy sound, but I couldn't see anything. Abruptly, the sound stopped. Did I really hear something? Perhaps it was my imagination? I should have looked up in the sky. I just assumed it was the same, but it was not. They got me. I quickly crossed the courtyard. I reached the door and went inside. For some reason, the door was already open. I was sure the main exit was on the left. I crept down the gloomy hallway. It was extremely dark, but the corridor was faintly illuminated by the light of the moon. Boom, bottom, boom, bottom. I turned a corner and walked straight to the main entrance. But even though I had made it all this way, the main door was locked. I couldn't get out. I tried kicking and pushing it, but it just wouldn't budge. I gave up and retraced my steps. Boom, bum, 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 bum. I'm just going to start skipping those because it's just the same cutscene over and over. Who on earth had attacked me? Jumcun, where are you? Whoa! Oh! It's beautiful. The being standing before me was absolutely ghastly. Is it a ghastly? A literal ghastly? Or a Gengar, perhaps? Misfortune. Is it the same? I guess just the same. Yep. Let's conserve the world's resources and save energy. Idea Factory. Thank you, Idea Factory. Huge eyes and really round face. Oh. It was completely horrific. Oh, it's him. The pig beast. Wait, that must be another puppet. What the hell is that? A creature with a terrifying face appeared right in front of me. In desperation, I dashed past the monster and sprinted into a classroom at the end of the hallway. That must be Kyoko, since Hideki recognized the other one. Oh, look at it! Just standing there menacingly. I found myself in the science room. I hid under a long desk as the creature entered the room. The creature began searching for me. What am I going to do? It's going back and forth, looking under all of the desks. God, no! The creature shrieked. I froze in shock. The voice was nauseating, but for some reason it sounded like Kyoko. Ah, it is Kyoko. Kana, where are you? Come out, please. It wailed. Kyoko? Was it really Kyoko? Despite its gruesome appearance, I was convinced it was really Kyoko. Who on earth did this to you? I found myself running towards the terrifying creature. The monster began to weep. Yuichi did this to me. He did some kind of strange operation on me. I was shocked into silence. I'll never forgive him. I'll get my revenge no matter what it takes. It's too dangerous, I yelled. Find Jumcun and get out of here, the creature replied. Then it turned and left the room. All I could do was stand there in shock for a moment. Took a brain and put it in there. Some kind of hypnosis. We can see where the brain is. We can conduct our own investigation here. We can spot the brain is most likely in this region of the Muppet body right there, right? Now the shape of her head was kind of long, so the brain may be more like this shaped, like an upturned football. Right. And then this front portion is where it stores the milk that is now leaking out of it. I don't know why the milk is essential for the operation. Maybe it's like the white blood that androids have, like the oxygenated artificial blood. Popular in many sci-fi stories. Could be. Are they all replicants? Because her blood, her tears are like milky white too. It's horrifying. It just seems like their ocular jelly is seeping out. You know what's ironic about that is that pig monster looks a lot like Yuichi, if you think about it. I needed to find Jumkun as soon as possible. I was done with being scared. My feet hurt from running away. What would your operations result be? I would make human cat dogs by stitching two halves of people together. Just the upper halves. I've often wondered how cat dog functions, right? Because cat dog has to eat, right? And as a consequence of that, cat dog must produce waste byproducts, right? I don't think there's a way around that. Not without a very specialized diet. Where do they go? How do the internal organs work? I mean, people like the brain tank and Ratchet and Clank, all the power. Pink plasma blast flying everywhere. Yeah, that would be cool too. I guess that's also good. It's not quite as good as the human cat dogs, but I don't think they'd make it because I'm not much of a surgeon, and I don't think I think all of the waste would just meet in the middle until eventually they would just explode, and it would be very messy and gross. But it'd be good while it lasts, for me anyway, not for them. It would be terrible for them. It'd be horrific. Jumkun, where was Kyoko? No, let's find Jumkun. Kyoko is now my rival. Oh, Jumkun, where are you? I shouted Jumkun's name as loudly as possible, but there was no reply, only the sound of my own voice echoing down the corridor. Then I saw the glow of light in a distant classroom. Who is there? I walked towards it with hope in my heart. I arrived at the classroom door, but it was locked from the inside. I could not open the door. I knocked on the door. Please open the door, I said, knocking on the door politely. Who are you? The door opened to reveal a boy I had never seen before. Yeah! You gonna get a haircut? Is this the haircut guy? It is. What's with all this noise? The young man standing in the doorway began to speak. The spirits won't be able to rest if you make all this noise. Spirits? There was a murder at the school last year, right? The boy said. Well, I was the murder victim. But there was something I needed to do, so I didn't pass on. I've become a bound ghost, trapped in the school forever. Was this boy really a ghost? I had never seen such a cheerful-looking ghost before. Well, I had never seen a ghost before either. I was just gonna say, how many ghosts have you seen? How many ghosts have you seen? And she answered it. I decided to ask him a question. Where's Jumkun? What on earth is going on? Yeah, stick to what you really want here. It's about to ask, right? I've never seen this kind of ghost. It demands a follow-up question. Do you know a boy named Jumkun? I asked the ghost. I saw a boy a while ago. I don't know if he was the boy you are looking for, though. I think he went to the courtyard. Oh, he dropped something in the corridor. Please look for it. I bowed to the ghost and made my way back to the courtyard. Well, I guess we've answered the question of why this guy is here. He was murdered here, but he wants to cut hair, so he's just kicking it here, waiting for people to show up so he can give him a haircut. I guess. I was very tired, and my feet hurt from running. I hurried to the courtyard. When I finally reached the door to the courtyard, I noticed something strange. There was a piece of paper lying in front of the door. Was this what the ghost was talking about? I picked it up, and then I quickly read the paper. The paper was covered in childish handwriting. My Wish by Yuichi. Year 6, Class 3. The single sentence shocked me. This was the letter Yuichi had placed in the time capsule years ago. Who on earth had put it here? Now I was extremely uneasy. I decided to keep moving. Will we never find out what his actual wish was? Will we never know? I went out into the courtyard and looked around anxiously. Where are you, Jum-kun?
Here I am.
I thought I heard something moving in the long grass. I began walking towards it. Huh? Jum-kun was here. I ran over to him. Jum-kun! Kana-chan! We had finally been reunited. We told each other about the strange events we had experienced. I told Jum-kun about poor Kyoko in the air raid shelter. Jum-kun explained it was all Yuichi-kun's doing. To save Kyoko and Hideki, we had to find out what his wish was all those years ago. I quickly pulled the piece of paper from my pocket and showed it to Jum-kun. Jum-kun began to read. My Wish by Yuichi, Year 6, Class 3. Hideki kicked me in the stomach again yesterday. He said, you need a diet, maybe run 10 laps around the school playing field. Kyoko sent me a love letter. It was so happy. When I went to say thank you, she screamed, go away, and Hideki wrote the love letter to trick me. Jum-kun and Kana-chan began laughing at me. All I could do was cry. God, if you're real, please hear my wish. It's only a small thing. Everyone. Everybody. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't stop crying. Everyone. The paper was ripped and the rest of the sentence was missing. Yuichi really hated us, didn't he? I said between sobs. I mean, it's kind of deserved. Let's be real. Jum-kun decided that we had to confront Yuichi right now. Of course, I wanted to go with him. We returned to the school building and passed through classrooms that had huge holes in their walls. Oh! Go get them, Yuichi shouted. Strangely, Yuichi, not Yoichi. Yuichi was dressed as a doctor. Beside him was a horrific monster with no face. Yuichi was ordering it to kill us, but why? Oh no, it's armed. Oh dear. The creature slowly approached us, but Jum-kun pushed it away. Jum-kun and Yuichi began to shout at each other. I was stunned into silence by the bizarre situation. Yeah! Unable to bear it any longer, I screamed and fell to the floor. A single prayer echoed in my mind. Please help us. If this is a dream, please wake me up. Please help us is good. Do not listen to me, shouted loudly. Yep. So I guess the canonical response is that the building burned down. If we combine the stories, or at least that's in this version, unless there was an alternating route beforehand with Kana, because I don't know where Kana's story makes the jump. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm gonna get this ending and then I'll look at it. I collapsed to the floor and my consciousness faded away. I floated in an inky blackness. It was only a few seconds, but I swam in that darkness for eons. I heard a voice calling out to me. Someone was calling me. Something was calling me. Someone was calling me. I guess if a living doll was coming at me with a knife, I'd push too. Yeah, honestly, yelling would be the last thing I'd think of. But, you know, legitimately, what he does yell is the answer to Yuichi's question. So it is kind of smart. He's like, I'm banking that I can get him to stop if I play his game versus my ability to bite the doll. Because remember when we pushed the doll, he was surprised at how easily it fell over. He was expecting more of a fight. So it makes a certain amount of sense. when you know what he's shouting. But if it's just loud noises, what's that gonna do? Someone was calling me. Who? Who was calling me? From out of the darkness, a vague face floated into view. It was Jumkun. I had no idea who it was. Of course, it's got to be Jumkun. Kana-chan, wake up! Jumkun was shouting. I woke to find myself in a sea of fire. The entire room was ablaze. There was so much smoke, I had difficulty breathing. There is no escape. Yuichi has murdered us. Jumkun stared bitterly at the flames and sighed. He was right. The threads of our fate had unraveled. I was wrong to ever think Yuichi-kun was a good person. As the fire grew closer, I found myself thinking a single thought. The flames are so beautiful. Well, you win some, you lose some. Kana-chan's route has 8 bad endings and no good endings. So feel free to pick any route. Well, okay. But I guess we don't have to worry about Kana-chan. It all ends badly for her no matter what, is what this guide says. 7x9. Again, it's just the last 2 characters, the only thing that changes. The beautiful flames. Like a lot of her endings where everyone dies in a fire. All right, well, I guess we'll just jump to Kyoko next. Since all of her endings are bad. I don't feel the need to get every single ending, but at some point I do want to see all the endings. Just get the ones you want to see. Yeah, I want to, like, I know where the choices are. It doesn't take too long to get back to it if you just like jam on the buttons and skip to them. I do want to see, like, try to see the other 3 characters' stories at least once. But I won't worry about what they have, like, for good or bad endings. This is an interesting game. I am weirdly engaged with this. I think this is a very badly made game. And it certainly doesn't have, like, miles of substance. But at the same time, I'm weirdly intrigued and want to see the different angles the stories go to. But it's a big failing that, like, no, you got to go through all of it again. Get through all of that all over again. Who on earth could even imagine such a hideous situation? I'm about to tell you about the most horrifying night of my life. The clock struck midnight. The night was neither hot nor cold. It was uncomfortably warm. It's got that interesting spark to it. It does. It does. Anytime I play a game like this, there's a concern that it's just going to be, like, aggressively bland, right? That it's just, like, totally forgettable. Like, it's bad in a way that is not interesting at all. And that there's nothing to it that I'm like, oh yeah, that I want to see. My one, like, on a technical standpoint, the way the audio starts and stops is really jarring. And kind of maddening at times. The inability to skip past things to just go to where the branching choices just eats up a lot of time. But the weird animation and cutscenes and stuff going on is just engaging enough. It's just engaging enough. It doesn't feel like a commercial project that was produced and released for sale on the PlayStation 1. This feels like a retro throwback title you'd find on itch.io for free or for $5. You know what I'm saying? Which is not meant as like a dig against itch.io. You know, people, a lot of great stuff on there, and I love games like that, but this seems more like a fan project than something like an actual business put together. Especially like one that's still around, which just astounds me. We had gathered at our old elementary school to exhume a time capsule we'd buried there on the day of our graduation. My name is Kyoko. I'm just an ordinary girl, the kind you can meet anywhere. Oh, I don't know about that, Kyoko. I think I'd remember meeting someone like you.
Yay!
He's Hideki, a stylish guy who's popular with the ladies, but he likes to play pranks on people. It's got an interesting outfit. The mysterious boy walking in front of me was Jumkun. The innocent-looking girl is Kana-chan. She's my best friend. She has a crush on Jumkun. Now let's see Kyoko's angle on this. Kana, you really like Jumkun, don't you? I whispered. She turned bright crimson. I'm not sure, she replied. Kana, you haven't changed a bit, I laughed. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Yuchu was the last to arrive. He was a really unattractive, stupid guy. Now we were all there. Did you save everyone? Yes. I went back and got Jumkun's good ending, and everyone gets saved, except I think Yuichi. I think Yuichi dies. Kana only has bad endings. So everybody died in Kana's ending. Now we're in Kyoko's ending. Kyoko's run. You can encounter a monstrous fish. I wish. I liked the first ending we got in Otogiri, so I think it's the better, more serious ending, but I love the monstrous fish bit. I was not expecting it to go that route, and I thought that was delicious. That's a game I want to play again. I'll go and dig up the time capsule. Leave it to me. Yuichi passed each of us a drink. Then he opened the school gates and stepped through. The drinks are my way of saying sorry for being late, he said as he disappeared inside the school. I was quite thirsty. I drank all of the juice. I took a little sip. I want to take just a little sip, because I'm pretty sure he's poisoning us. No trespassing. Misfortune. Toto. Kyoko's story. A long time passed. Yuichi had still not emerged from the school. With nothing else to do, I began to daydream. Is that Dimwit all right? Why is he taking so long? What was that? Yuichi was screaming, but I didn't really care. He was an idiot. Damn, girl. But I was bored waiting around, so I suggested to Hideki that we go and check on Yuichi together. She hasn't said anything about Jumkun, having a crush on Jumkun at all. I'll go and take a look, said Hideki, trying to seem brave. followed Hideki through the gates and into the building. My stomach hurts, I said. It must have been that gross drink Yuichi gave us, Hideki replied. Let's find the toilets quick. I think there was some over there, right? Hideki and I walked down the corridor looking for the toilets. Here they are. I opened the door to the girls' toilet and hurried inside. Oh no! Ouch! What's wrong with me? Pain suddenly shot through me and my whole body went numb. What kind of syringe is that? I'm not sure that kind of setup would work. This just looks like a smooth tube. I think that you'd have to have a much different grip on that to get that operational. That's just me. Began to lose consciousness. It serves you right. Prefer using ampules. Just bite the glass end off of it. Just get all that broken glass. See, if you eat the broken glass, it cuts up your stomach. And that gets the medicine in your bloodstream faster. I was thinking. Don't do that, though. That actually won't work. That'll make it worse. Unless, for liability purposes, I have to tell you not to do it. When I finally came to, it felt as if a long time had passed. Oi! Wake up, you dirty beast! Who's calling me a dirty beast? Yeah! I opened my eyes to see Yuichi standing over me. His face was overflowing with an expression of intense hatred. You're a terrible failure. Get out of my sight! He screamed at me. I looked around. I seemed to be in some kind of operating room? Strange tools and machines were lying here and there. There was someone else lying in another bed. But all I could think about was escaping this dreadful room as soon as possible. It was awful. I slowly dragged my sluggish body out of the room. My head was throbbing with pain. I couldn't think straight. The world was spinning before my eyes. I stumbled blindly around. I had no idea what was going on. I continued to shuffle around the school in a daze. I had the strange urge to keep wandering around when suddenly... Ouch! I stepped on some broken glass. I looked down at my foot. That's a beautiful shot right there. I love it. What is that? I saw my reflection in the broken glass. It made my blood run cold. A hammer was lying on the floor. I picked it up and began smashing the glass in a mad frenzy. A monster! I'm a monster! I muttered in shock. Once the glass was shattered into tiny fragments, I stood still, totally petrified by my situation. A monster. I'm a monster. Well, yeah, you do appear to be a monster. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to see Jumkun and Kana-chan in the corridor. By some stroke of luck, they hadn't seen me. My mind was overtaken by a single thought. Don't look at me! My body began to move. No! It was you, Kyoko. The old 1-2 punch. Without thinking, I hit Kana-chan and Jumkun with a hammer. I didn't want them to see me. What did I just do? Was I losing my humanity? I screamed. I carefully picked up Kana-chan. Without thinking, I began to blindly run through the hallways once again. I held Kana-chan tightly and ran. Stop! Hammer time! No, wait, that's... No, this is the same song. Or is it? Wait, I think I'm mixing up MC Hammer songs. Plus 2 broken skulls. Yeah, I mean, really, unless it was like a toy mallet, you're not cracking people's heads in there without some serious damage. What's up, QB? How you doing? You can't touch this. Can't touch this. Does it say stop hammer time in that? I haven't listened to MC Hammer in forever. Before I knew it, I was standing in the courtyard. I had no idea how long I had been there. I wasn't carrying Kana-chan. I must have put her down, but I couldn't remember where. I couldn't remember anything. I took a slow, deep breath. I slowly closed my eyes. Let's take a breather here. I tried to think carefully about everything that had happened. Somehow, Yuichi had transformed me into a hideous monster. My memories were starting to disappear one by one. If I did not do something, my humanity was going to vanish along with them. She's so unhappy as a giant pig monster. I felt inhuman desires gradually welling up inside myself. Even my own mind was becoming monstrous. For instance, I could not identify what was lying at my feet. But it looked delicious. I had to eat it. It looked so delicious. I forced it into my mouth. It was so tasty. What was this? I remembered. I had to eat more. Oh goodness. It's like if someone crossed gingerbread man with piglet. What has science done? Delicious bugs. Good source of protein. My consciousness began to fade, but it started to feel so good. So good. Well, someone was coming. Who was it? They were looking my way. They saw me. Why are they running away? Why are you running? Am I ugly? Am I scary? Are you itchy? Are you tasty? Why are they running away? Why? My humanity slowly returned. I need to talk to someone. I need to talk to Yuichi. Let's not talk to Yuichi. Let's talk to someone. I can't stay like this. I walked back to the school building. It's very good. I entered the school and began to look around. Nobody was there. No, I was wrong. I heard a noise from somewhere. I headed towards the sound. It was Kana-chan. I slowly approached her. Kana-chan was horrified by my appearance. Misfortune. Misfortune will return after a word from our sponsors. The earth. It's full of water. Maybe turn that tap off now and then. Drink up! Meow! She began to run away from me. I wasn't surprised. After all, I was a hideous creature stalking the corridors of an abandoned school in the middle of the night. But I had to warn her. I followed Kana-chan into the science room. We had lessons in here long ago. Help me. I love that shot too. There's some nightmare fuel right there. Just like the pig beast in the darkness. It's good stuff. Kana! I shrieked at the top of my lungs. I was trying to regain my sense of humanity. Kana, are you? Come out, please. My voice sounded so repulsive. Kyoko, is that you? Kana-chan came closer. Her eyes were filled with tears.
You ain't did this to me. You did some kind of strange operation.
Fat tears stream down my face. Are they tears that are fat, or are they tears that are made of fat? Like, are they thick tears? Or are they greasy tears? I could feel my humanity fading. With the last of my strength, I screamed,
I'll never forgive him. I'll get my revenge no matter what it takes.
It's too dangerous, Kyoko, Kana-chan cried. A monstrous rage welled up inside of me. I had to leave. Now.
Find some curb and get out of here,
I muttered. As I was leaving the room, I saw a box of matches on a desk. I can use these, I thought, as I grasped the box tightly. Ah, now we're seeing where the fire started. Oh, I felt rotten desires taking control of my body once more. It's fine. We don't need it. We don't need to see it. We don't need to see it walking constantly. It's just the same. I lurched down the corridors. I was a revolting nightmare. A disgusting beast crawling around a school in the dead of night. A noise erupted from my throat. Watch, that'll be the choice that matters. What kind of noise did you make? I was so hungry. I had to eat. But they really like the animation of her walking there. That's all we got. Okay. I decided to let it play out to see if it would go anywhere.
Okay, I know.
Oh boy. Oh, the canisters. The gas. Itchy, scratchy, itchy, tasty. Huh? Boy? Smell bad. Go, get them! The sound of Yuichi screaming awoke me from my deep slumber. I could see Kana, Jum, and Yuichi through a classroom window. Two gas cylinders were attached to the wall outside. Yuichi must have put them there. The rubber tubes were rotten, and I could smell gas leaking out. The air grew heavier and heavier with the smell of gas. This is my chance for revenge, I thought to myself. With great difficulty, I removed a match from the matchbox. I struck the match, hesitated for a moment. No hesitation. Fire it up. I removed a match from the box and struck it against the side. In my haste, I struck the match too hard and it snapped in half. I removed another match. I removed another match, and this time lit it successfully. The instant the match lit, the world exploded before my eyes. I was thrown through the air. I stared up at the ceiling as it collapsed down onto me. Protected my head. I tried to roll away. Protect your head. The rubble rained down on me. I curled into the fetal position and tried to protect my head. As I tried to endure the pain of the debris smashing in my body, I began to lose consciousness. I slowly closed my eyes. I prayed quietly. Someone please hear my prayer. I clasped my hands together as my consciousness faded. It is unclear what happened to Kyoko after that. What can be said for sure is that this story had a very unfortunate ending for everyone else. Oh! Kyoko! Well, let's she's got some good endings, so let's see if we can give her a good end without too much time expenditure. Oh wow, it's the exact same code as it was before. It's almost as if nothing changed. Okay. We're gonna zip through this. Now I'm looking at the list. Basically, it all comes down to the match. So we're just gonna zip through this as quickly as possible. Yee! We're just gonna get to the match. Her story especially is like, there's so much filler in this of just watching her, the cutscene of her walk around in the pig form. I think it's funny they didn't give like Kana any good endings at all. They're all just different bad endings. Although I guess, you know, we'll have to see those at some point because maybe maybe there are differences. Some of them maybe are less bad. Kyoko's story. We'll get one good ending with Kyoko's story. We didn't even get a choice with her for a while here. Do. Bum 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 bum. Began to lose consciousness. It serves you right. Yeah. He's so happy. This is mad science. When suddenly. Oh no, I'm hideous. I'm some kind of monster. Bum 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 bum. be clubbing. just whacking their friends on the skull, as you do. You get like a bad haircut and you just gotta like beat your friends unconscious so they don't see it. Trying to be careful about everything that had happened. Somehow you each transforming into a hideous monster. And we're just trying to disappear one by one. Gonna eat some bugs. Tasty bugs. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, eat them up. So good. Someone was coming. Johnny Bugs. Finger looking good. Oh man, you get some mealworms and like you fry them up in a pan with some butter. They're basically just like popcorn. It's not bad. You gotta eat, you know. Like there's the I was gonna hit that. I was clicking too fast. I don't think it changes anything. And that scene in Snowpiercer where they find out they're like the Jello bars that they've been eating are made of ground up bugs. And I'm like, I wouldn't be bothered by that. It's like, oh, that's what it is. Yum, yum, yum. Also, it's awful judgy of Chris Evans' character since he later reveals that he's eaten babies, human babies. Better than human babies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like, oh, I can't believe they've been feeding us bugs. Like, you've eaten human beings. I think bugs are a nice trade-off, you filthy cannibal. Once you've consumed human flesh, I don't think you get to judge anyone else's dietary choices anymore. I think there are other things you can eat that also attribute that, but once you go down the cannibal route, it's really like, oh, you like mustard? It's like, oh, you like human flesh? Yeah, I guess. You're not gonna win any food arguments after that. However, the upside is that if you're losing that argument, you can win technically by just eating your opponent. You've opened the door to that option. All right, so rotten desires taking control of the body, and we come back. Cutscene of walking. It's all that was a cutscene of walking, and then yeah, I'll even let it play out the next time, all the way. I lurched down the corridors. I was a revolting nightmare. Disgusting beasts crawling around the school in the dead of night. The Fallout route, yeah. I mean, you know, there are situations that would bring you to that point, but like, you don't get to call somebody out for putting ketchup on a hot dog past the age of 18 if you're out there eating people. I was so hungry. I had to eat. Yeah, this is like a good portion of her chapter is just that. It's just that same cutscene of the walking over and over again. There's nothing more to it. Just let it play out of curiosity. But it's just the same animation over and over again. They're just repeating this one video. Wild gibbering. Imagine if you were zip zapping between characters and you zapped into a route and it was just like, why am I a pig monster? Okay, so we need to hesitate a moment. Smell bad. Getting their money's worth out of it. We paid a lot for this pig walker animation and we're gonna use it, by God. Let's see, kind of jump. And Yuichi through a classroom window. Two gas cylinders attached to the wall. Yuichi must put them there. Rubber tubes are rotten. I can smell gas leaking out. The air grew heavier and heavier with the smell of gas. This is my chance for revenge, I thought to myself. With great difficulty, I removed the match from the matchbox. I hesitated for a moment. It'll take us to... Where will that take us? Let's see here. Do we hesitate or we strike the match? Okay. Current trigger at least won't be lost in the next go around. Yeah, if you go through the new game plus, you can keep all those levels. What's going on? Hey, Silence, what's happened? How is it so far? Oh, it's very bizarre. It's strangely engaging. It's hypnotic. There's a lot of different endings to it. But all of it hinges on like 20 minutes roughly of like dialogue and choices that don't matter to get down to like a few choices that actually change the outcome. But it's very weird and compelling despite its goofy appearances. But it's definitely not like a well-made game. Expecting Magus to join your party. Oh, you never seen Magus join the party? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I think there's a choice because I think you can't have both Frog and Magus, if I remember correctly. They won't work together. I like Frog personally, but Magus is a cool option and one you should definitely check out at least once. Strike the match. It won't work, and then we'll hesitate. I removed the match from the box and struck it against the side. In my haste, I struck the match too hard and it snapped in half. I hesitated. For a moment. Then I looked inside the classroom. I saw Jum-kun and Kana-chan. I slowly closed my eyes. Then I remembered something. Remembered all the fun times. Let's remember the good times. Palpitating anxiety is bad. Jum is calming. Well, I hope I can help. I'm sorry to hear your anxiety is bad. Feel free to hang out. Hideki, Jum-kun, Yuichi, Kana-chan. We had such fun together. We played until the sun went down every day. I screamed inside my mind. I'm so sorry. The world around me began to spin. It spun faster and faster until everything changed. I saw Hideki, Jum-kun, Kana-chan, and Yuichi standing before me. What? What just happened? Kyoko hasn't noticed yet. Hideki roared with laughter. Yuichi began to explain whilst apologizing profusely. I hypnotized you. Then I gave you a few suggestions, you know, like they do on TV. Was everything I seen tonight simply caused by hypnosis? Yuichi, I hate you. That was all I could say. Everyone laughed at me. They were having so much fun. All the fun times bullying Yuichi. It's like one complete sentence. I remember all the good times we had bullying our childhood friend.
The end?
Well, for Kyoko it is. I'm a little concerned that the password hasn't changed at all. It still remains the same. L7X9. It's the same password. We're not unlocking anything with this. Could hypnotize people like that. I'd be ruling the world. I know, right? That goes beyond hypnosis, man. That's a whole other level there. All right, Hideki. It was the worst night of my life. We had gathered at our old elementary school to dig up a time capsule that we'd buried there on the day of our graduation. I saw Jumkin approaching. This is just continue to reuse these over and over again. Gave her some plant. Yep. Those are some magical mushrooms right there. I tried to prank Jumkun. I decided to prank him later. No, we're gonna prank him. Whoa!
Yee!
Ah, that was hilarious. He looked so stupid. I congratulated myself. What Yuichi's perspective is going to be. Yeah, I'm very curious about that. I just saw this blip here that I need to get. Hideki has 3 good endings, and I need to get all of them to get the true ending. Although I don't think I need to do that. But I think it's how you would get that. Why not show your face? Are you a bot? No. This kind of the whole thing. It's VTubing, you know. You have an animated character, and then that's what you stream as. I have no desire to show the horrifying meat stuff behind it. I just prefer this animated character. It's either this or nothing. He just gave us some drinks. What a creepy nerd he is. I'll go and dig up the time capsule. Leave it to me, he said stupidly. I don't think... Oh, it's not that. I just... This is the thing, you know, the cartoon character, the VTuber is the thing. I'm not interested in having an actual camera pointed at me. I like the 3D character, I like the 3D model, I liked making it, I like working on it, and I like making all the rigging and everything worked. That's what I'm interested in. You won't find them sneered. Have fun looking for it, loser. All right, did spike those drinks. I believe he did. Hideki's story. Yuichi entered the school alone. I laughed and downed my drink. He'll never find the time capsule. Is this why we can't find it? It's the second game of late we've done with spiked drinks. I feel like anytime you're offered a drink in a game, it's probably going to be spiked. It's more common in horror games. It's a good way to knock people out. It gets the job done. Because I dug it up yesterday and hid it somewhere else. Damn it, this is all your problem, Hideki. Well, actually, no. I guess the only issue this causes is we can't find Yuichi's childhood wish because he moved it. But I don't know that would actually resolve any issues. Never heard of vtuber. The other day, saw a girl doing it. Yeah, it's been around for quite some time. A couple of them got pretty popular during the lockdowns. It draws a lot of interest. It's fun. I was interested in the tech behind it, and that's where I started out. Just like, well, how do you make this stuff? Well, how does it work? How does it operate? And after I made it, I'm like, I might as well just stream with this. And I've been enjoying it so far. I was probably wandering around the school crying by now. Yeah. Yuichi's scream broke the silence. Haha, I must have been scared by the little surprise I left in the hole, a rubber doll of a huge, disgusting caterpillar. Damn it. I said I would go and check on Yuichi. Kyoko-chan wanted to come too. Well, that was fine by me. Wait, number 3 before we know it. Rolling on out of here. See how many choices he had. I mean, his choices may come up quicker than the other ones did. Hold on a second. My stomach began to feel strange. Kyoko said she felt unwell too. It was Yuichi's gross drink. Why did I eat fish for lunch? I guarantee it was Yuichi's gross drink. Everybody knows what it is. Everyone knows it's his gross drink. I'll teach him a lesson. Bloody idiot. I cursed under my breath. Kyoko and I ran to the toilets. Book it. Ah, here it is. Toilet time. I barged into the boys' toilet. Damn, I'm going to shit myself. So they spike their drinks with like a laxative, and his plan is like, they'll have to come to the toilet, and that's where I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting with my needle. I suddenly felt my body going numb. What's happening to me? You are in this, you bastard. I passed out on the toilet seat. That's very good. I guess terrifying advanced now. ChatGPT worries me. He's as bad as Invader Vim's objectives. Yeah, I mean, there's different levels of it. Like a lot of the LLMs and the chatbots, they can produce a decent illusion of what they can produce. I mean, some of the stuff that's more worrisome, like, is not stuff that you interact with outwardly, but there's no going back. Like, the cat's out of the bag now, so to speak. But I also think that there's a lot of stuff that has been really, like, overhyped in order to draw in investment dollars over, like, what we'll actually see from the AI, depending on which ones they're talking about. A lot of it's based around LLMs that they can't do math, but they can look up answers, kind of, and they'll get a lot of stuff wrong frequently. There's a lot of problems with those, and a lot that points out that what they've said, like, we could just scale this infinitely, like, isn't actually true, isn't actually holding up. That's why people are talking about it as being a bubble. So there's stuff that's, like, good enough to cause some issues, but yeah, there's other things like with video and things like that as it becomes easier to fake that stuff. It makes it harder to trust things, but like, people were believing bad Photoshops like 10 years ago, so it's not like it even has to be as good or better than it is now to actually fool people. Like, people were falling for Nigerian prince scams ages ago. What's happening? Someone was shouting. Where on earth was I? What the hell happened to me? I mean, there is like at least one, I'm sure there's more, but there's at least one like AI-based VTuber, Neurochan, but like it's explicitly put out there as such, and that's kind of like the gimmick for it. But even that is just like, it's like a lot of that stuff. You're watching it to see what nonsensical, unhinged response it comes up with. And like all of those things, most of the time when it's like, oh, it's so human, it's like, yeah, I mean, so is like a cartoon of a person. Like, it's made to look that way, and your brain, your pattern recognition kind of locks in and sees something that's generally not actually there. This isn't good. His blood pressure is dropping. Whose voice was that? Ah, it didn't go very smoothly. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Uh-oh. He's botching the surgery. He'd probably have more success if he did more than just, like, rake scissors across our organs. Blood pressure is dropping again. Turn it off! Turn it off! Whose voice was that? I don't know. This will have to do. Boop. Boop. My master's voice. Oi, Hideki, wake up, you moron. Listen, from now on, you are my slave. You bullied me for 6 years. Now it's time for my revenge. Well, any objections, Hideki? No, master. I am yours to control. I am a slave now. Uh-oh. Oh. My master began speaking again. I removed your ability to think for yourself. You cannot do anything without my orders. Unless I say so, you cannot talk or even move without my permission. Even if you are in pain, unless I order you to do something, you'll just have to suffer. Let's really hate Hideki. Remember, like, when he was writing that letter, it was like Hideki kicked him in the stomach and called him fat, and then made him run laps. So, like, yeah, they bullied him pretty bad. I think his desire for revenge is justified. Maybe his exact course of action is a bit extreme. But his motivation at least makes sense. Remove your ability to think for yourself. Yeah, you just took that part out. You just cut the trace on that, and you all of a sudden you can't think anymore. Desire's justified. This was past overkill. I also don't did he transplant his brain into this? One of the other stories, he said he just hypnotized them and that they weren't actually inside the dummy, but he was performing surgery on them. So I'm not quite sure how that all works. Maybe we'll find out from his angle. My master continued to speak. Right, here is your first order. Bring me Jum-kun. I obeyed the order. I tried to ignore the order. I'll try to ignore the order. Slaves cannot make choices. I have a mouth, yet I still can't stream. All he can do is spill milk out of his eyeballs. This is horrible. It's so humiliating. Are they gonna do the same thing they did with Kyoko, where they just show the same animation clip over and over again? How sad. What will happen to me? I've noticed in these streams, I'm the only one that speaks their mind. Everyone else only pays attention to the one playing the game. I'm not taking offense to that, but like, I wouldn't say no one else is speaking their mind. They're generally talking about, like, you know, topics of conversation are usually geared towards the game that we're playing, that I'm playing, but that's usually like reaction to the game, discussion of the game, or other games that go in with that. I mean, that's, you know, I'm a gaming channel. I'm here for the gaming, you know. It's all right to dip into other stuff from time to time, but that's mostly what people are here. Hang out, watch the game, talk about the game, laugh about the game. Stuff like this. Found Jumington. Executing Order 66.
Follow me.
The people do bring up other topics pretty frequently. Talk about a lot of different stuff. So I usually just talk to my pets. And whatever works. Animation's so nice, we played it twice. Then. All right, have a good one. I heard my master speaking. Welcome, Jumington. My master spoke again. You finally arrived. You just talked about one thing, and I'm talking about literally anything else somehow. Yeah. It kind of goes all over the place. I'm known for going off on tangents. That's usually about electronic stuff. My master spoke. I order you to open the gas cylinders in the back. I tried to ignore the order. I'm gonna keep breaking this man's. You don't control me. Slaves cannot make choices. You're not the boss of me, Yuichi. Sure, he probably is. It's generally not working. Do. Bum. Very random. Seems like they want philosophical questions. Oh, I'm too dumb for a lot of that. That's just, you know, most of my brain power anymore is like filling up like a giant pile of games, like finding games that people worked on. Like, I like this game. These people worked on this other game too. And the console modification. I've been working on some stuff so that I can do a soldering stream at some point next month. But I keep tweaking the project, which means having to order different parts. And then some of the stuff's getting really delayed. So it keeps getting pushed further and further back. I will do it, but someday. Hopefully by the end of November. Otherwise, it might go into December. Because towards the end of November, that's when like Thanksgiving comes around. Holidays always get crazy. My master spoke once more. Well done, slave. Rest over there in the corner for a while. They just broke the pressure valves on those gas canisters. Like, well, I guess they're open. Mission accomplished. I would say, like, poor Hideki, but like, he's kind of brought this on himself a little bit.
Please, forgive me. I was bad.
You sure were. It's them. My master shouted, "Go get them!" My master sounded worried. What's wrong? Go! I tried to ignore the order. I will continue trying to ignore the order. My body wasn't listening to me. All I could do was pray. I prayed for everyone's safety. I pray you each would suffer. We'll go with everyone's safety. Let's take the kinder route. I closed my eyes and prayed. Kyoko-chan, Kana-chan, Jum-kun, please make it out of here alive. My consciousness slipped away. After a while, I came to and opened my eyes. I say opened my eyes, but I had no body. I seemed to be some kind of spirit. The room was fully ablaze. Was this Yuichi's plan too? Smoke swirled around the room. Amongst the dancing flames, I could see Jum-kun and Kana-chan. How are they going to escape? I prayed they would. Escape through the window, leave through the door. We jumped through the window before. I'll stick with the window. It worked in Jum-kun's route. The window is the safest way. I prayed to Jum-kun. Huh? Hideki-kun? Where are you? Is it just my imagination? Bewildered, Jum stood up, opened the window, and climbed out with Kana-chan. I prayed again. Go to the right, go to the left. I don't know. Just go A. Did they make it? Thanks to Hideki's prayers, Jum-kun and Kana-chan were able to escape to the courtyard. Huh? What is this? Jum-kun, look! Kana-chan found another small part of Yuichi's wish letter stuffed into a bush. Huh? What does it say? Only a fragment remained. VCU. Cthulhu. Could be. Misfortune. All right. Well, that must have been a good ending because we got a piece of the note. So that's one. We'll get two more. Let me just see what the other ones are. Oh, basically, just do the same thing. Okay. The next two endings are simple. The code still hasn't changed. The code has not changed. It's the same code, which I don't know. I guess is there nothing else to unlock? Because the only time the code only changed when I did one run of Jum. I think I did 2 runs of Jum, and then it opened up the rest of them, and we haven't got anything else. All right, we got two more rungs. The cult. Oh no! Everyone, the cult! It could be the cult. So I gotta do Hideki 2 more times to find the rest of what Yoichi's letter is. Yuichi. I keep calling him Yoichi. It's Yuichi. Yuichi's not butter. He's not. Okay, so yeah, I basically just go through the same set of misspelled chupacabra. It's the Chupacabra. That he's just dyslexic. That's all it is. Everyone, the note is everyone, my wish, everyone, something. Except I don't know how many somethings there are. Japanese, and you offend me with your pronunciation. What the Yoichi? I don't know why I keep saying Yoichi. I know it's Yuichi. I know that's not true, Ryan. Actually, I don't know that. I don't know that at all. It could be. It could not be. You could be lying the first time. You could be lying the second time. Who's keeping me guessing? Who's keeping me guessing here? All right, we're going to go through his route twice more. Just jam the buttons, we'll go through it, and then we'll check out Yuichi's route, and then we should be able to assess the final true ending. There are a lot more endings. If I was more inclined, if I had more time, I would probably go through and look at a lot more of the endings. I would like to look at them. They do interest me, but I also want to see like the ultimate one. Maybe the Y is silent. Uichi! It's a me, Uichi! His brother Ario. Ario Argento. Notice me, senpai. Do you guys remember that guy? I can't remember what his name was. He had some like videos on the internet. He had like a fedora on, and he just acted like one of them was an interview about like I think it was like a fire or a robbery at an Arby's. And he talks like, well, I just need to do this, okay? And his fedora. The one I remember was like the Church of Satan putting up a statue of Baphomet, and they picked this guy out, and he's like, I'm just here to appeal to Baphomet. Notice me, senpai. Notice me, senpai. That guy, like, he made a movie. They made a movie because it was a bit. Like our first, but I have no idea who did interviews. I'm trying to, let me find him. Onyx the Fortuitous. Onyx the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls is the movie. It's on Amazon Prime. Kickstarted it. I think that might just be his name. Andrew Bowser is the guy's name. I'm gonna find all right, I think this is it. You watch this. Like, I gotta step away for a minute here. You can watch this while I'm away. This is the guy. When he said "Notice me, senpai," this is the first thing I thought of. saw him in a couple of these clips that like from an era where you would see that stuff and it's like, is it real or is it made up? Back when I was younger and naiver, like maybe this is real. It wasn't real. It was a bit, but it was very good. It was very good. I'll be back in just a moment, and then we will continue Hideki's routes. We should be able to speed through them pretty quickly, and then we'll see Yuichi's route and what the ultimate final wish is that Yuichi has when I return. Stay tuned. Find the button there. I don't know why. My finger was on it and I was just staring there like, what am I doing? I was caught in the chat. Welcome back. Thank you. I was reading the chat, like rolling around in my head. Chopping twig. Notice she says Senpai Man is wild. Yeah, the character. He's got other videos. It's like weird Arby's guy. It's like another one. He plays the character very well. He made a movie. I think he kickstarted it. Arnix and Fortuitous and the Talisman of Destiny. I want to watch it. I'm worried that it's just gonna be like early 2000s or 2010s era like internet humor that just doesn't age well, but I could be wrong. All right, we gotta skip a whole lot of stuff with this guy because none of the choices matter. I'll try to make a different choice. So the choices don't matter until decide to prank him later, until like way later in. Which seems the standard for this, that like you got to go way deep into the story before things actually develop. The dimwit Yuichi was late. Now he was messing around. I haven't like switched to another character yet during the story, and I'm glad I haven't, because imagine going through this and just jumping between different characters. Maybe I'll try that if I can finish this in time. It's my life. None of the choices matter until the very end. But in life, you'll never know what choices mattered or not. You'll never know the course they took. You can only make the best choice you can and then live with the consequences. Yeah! Have to sleep. Have a good stream. All right, Gabo. Thanks for dropping by. Always good to see you. Have yourself a good night's rest. Catch you in the next one. What are we doing tomorrow? Fatal Frame tomorrow. Fatal Frame. I'm excited about that. I haven't played it. I remember when it came out, I would see it at the used game store I worked at, and I was curious about it, but the cover, I look at the cover and be like, the hell is this? The American cover for Fatal Frame does it no favors whatsoever. But that's not the only game that had that. Like, they changed the design of the main character for the American release. There's another one that's weird, Extermination, which is almost a sequel to Deep Fear, but they completely redid like the character designs for the American release, I guess, to make them look more American. I haven't played Fatal Frame myself. I'm very interested in the series, and I'm excited to check it out. I like Ghost Pictures. It's funny because like I picked this game as like the analog to Kawaii Shashin, the scary ghost photography game I played last year. Why did I eat fish for lunch? But the Fatal Frame is like the more obvious choice because it's also about ghost pictures. But the reason I had originally put that on the list as the follow-up to that is that this thematically fits more with like a weird game with weird characters that has a bit of a rep. What's happening? I was really glad to see like they re-released the I think it was on the Wii. It was a Japanese only release that we finally got in the West. I think for 2 and 3, I also have patches that are undubs for it, which is always a neat option to have. When people make games where they take the original Japanese audio work and put it back in it. I think they edited some other stuff too to let you play the game in English as it was released in Japan. Often with like cut content added back in and things like that. But I kind of just want to play the straight US version. I always kind of go back and forth on that stuff that I'm like, I'd like to see the original version. But generally only if I've actually played the version we got in the US. If I haven't, then it feels like I want the authentic experience. It's the same reason like a lot of NES games have like ROM hacks for like quality of life improvements, and I just never touch them. I'm always just like, look, I want to play the game as it was, even if it's terrible. I just keep trying to disobey. It doesn't matter until the section where we're told to attack them. That's the first choice of his that actually matters. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. I like this. It's a very limited soundtrack. There's probably what, like 4 or 5 tracks, different songs. I enjoy them. It didn't take long for them to like really catch me. Like, oh yeah, I would enjoy them more if we didn't just have to hear them like start and stop constantly. But that's the structure of the game. The way it's built is like largely just a series of like the same handful of animated cutscenes, which include the music usually. And especially like Kyoko and Hideki's route, they just keep showing like the same animation over and over again. I mean, we did see it in the other routes too, where their walking animation plays a lot. But like Kyoko's anyway, like had several sections that was just like her walking in pig form, and it would be like, do you want to change to another character? No? Okay. And then her next section is just her walking in pig form, and then like nothing else happens. Like what were you doing here? Like we just got to add like 5 more minutes to this. It's like a magical show. Recycle transformation activate. Open the gas cylinders. I will not, but I will. Slaves cannot make choices. It's never really true. Bum, 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 bum. I'm really glad that I did keep this game on the roster this year, because this has been it's memorable, if nothing else. It's very unusual. It's very weird and memorable. It's like the only thing I wish is that I could like more quickly skip through chapters, but it is what it is. I'm curious about the password too, like if we'll ever see it change, because after like 2 routes, like the password has been the same thing every time. So it's like nothing else really unlocks. There's nothing else for it to really open up then. I think once it just opens up. I think that to me that's like the only 2 states. There's 3 states. There's a new game where you can only play as the main character, Jumkun in this case, or Kana, and then it opens up Hideki and Kyoko after that. After you finish one of them, and I think it opens up Yuichi is the last one, and I think that's the only states. I think that's all the passwords are. So in theory, there's probably only like 2 passwords total, which is funny. I prayed for everyone's safety. Yep, this was the choice. Closed my eyes and prayed. Kyoko-chan, Kana-chan, Jumkun, please make it out of here alive. Consciousness is slipping away. After a while, I came to and opened my eyes. I opened my eyes, but I had no body. Seemed to be some kind of spirit. Room was fully ablaze. Smoke swirled around the room. Amongst the dancing flames, I could see Jumkun and Kana-chan. How are they going to escape? I prayed they would. All right, we'll leave through the door. And this, according to the list, like this, the next choice we make, either one of these choices, I think it's the next choice. Either one of these choices gives us a good end. Yeah, so the next one is going to be the same up until the very final choice, which is very funny to me. I prayed to Jum-kun. Oh, Hideki-kun, where are you? Is it just my imagination? Jum-kun stood up in shock, opened the door, and dragged Kana-chan out. I prayed again. Go slowly and carefully. It doesn't matter which one we choose. They're both good endings. Slowly, slowly. Guided by the mysterious voice, Jum-kun miraculously escaped into the hallway. Huh? What's this? Jum-kun, look! Kana-chan had found another small part of Yuichi's wish letter lying in the corridor. Show me, Kana-chan. Only 2 words were written on it. A lie! Okay. So something is a lie. The cake is a lie, but they misspelled cake. The kook is a lie. Misfortune. Brought to you by Idea Factory. The end? Question mark. Same password. Same password. Still. Nothing is changing. The state is the same. All right, we got one more. One more for him, and it's all the same over again. Just a lot. I'm just jamming these buttons now. Boo doo 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 doo. Yee! If I ever have a setup where there are, I don't know how I could do this on YouTube. Twitch works with it. I don't know how YouTube, I think there's ways to do it on YouTube, but it's not directly through YouTube, to have like redeems where people can redeem, I don't know, points. YouTube doesn't really have that like Twitch does. YouTube, I think, would just be for money, which I'd feel weird about. But you can redeem points to get like play voice clips and stuff. If I ever did that, I would have to grab that yee Hideki's story again. Boom, 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 boom. So Hideki, the reason that's all in Hideki's story is that Hideki came in earlier and dug up the time capsule and stashed it, which means he must have stuffed all those papers in the safe and then just dropped a bunch of stuff on the way. He probably tore up Yuichi's note too, just because he's that much of an a-hole. It's just like, I'm gonna screw with this guy. Just zip on through. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Do you think, this is kind of gross and weird, maybe. Do you think when Hideki, who thought he was about to shit himself, passed out on the toilet, do you think he still pooped? Like just unconscious with his butt up in the air? And did Yuichi just leave it, or did he have to like clean it up for the surgery? Maybe that's why the surgery didn't go so well, because Hideki was covered in poop from the poison drink. The world may never know, and that's probably for the best. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. I'll cut up header and rewind after I ate. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope your meal was delicious. I myself cooked some chicken marsala with rotini tonight. It's quite tasty. Some gently fried mushrooms in the mix. It's good stuff. pizza. Ooh, what kind of pizza? Tell me more. Tell me more of this pizza. I like a stuffed crust pizza. I don't know if Little Caesars still has it. I'm a big fan of Little Caesars cheap pizzas. I could eat a lot of those. Too much of them. Thank you, beef pizza. Wow. Stuffed crust is so good. They had this I'm gonna diverge for a second here to look at this up while they run they advertise it. It was like ultimate pepperoni on pretzel stuffed crust. And I really liked it, but man, it was so greasy. Like the box was like sopping wet by the time I got it back to the cave. I don't know. I see the picture here. Ultimate cheesesteak. I don't know. Has anybody tried their crazy puffs? They're like pizza muffins. I'm curious. I miss the shrimp pizza at Pizza Hut. Stop making it here in Louisiana. I've never had shrimp pizza from Pizza Hut. I don't know did they offer that? Why was it like a regional thing? Never heard the crazy puffs. It's something that they started somewhat recently, like within the past year. And they really do just look like a pizza muffin. Like a pizza cupcake. I don't want, just tell me what you got. Can I just look at your menu? Do I have to look at? Today's Teal's Nutrition Hot and Ready Shop. Well, I guess that's just that. I just want to know what they got. Okay. I guess I can do this. I guess I can start an order without actually making an order here. Yes, sure. Yeah, sure. As long as I don't click it through, they're not going to actually get that. We got something called charpan long bread with pizza ingredient inside. Pizza sandwich. Oh my God, that sounds delicious. Classic pretzel crust combo. All right, so they do the pretzel crust, stuffed pretzel crust. Old world fanceroni pepperoni. This thing looks like it is absolutely covered in pepperoni. Like it's more pepperoni than anything else. This was the stuffed crust, the stuffed pretzel crust with pepperoni. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. They do still have it, but it was just unbelievably greasy. I didn't know Pizza Hut had a shrimp pizza. I gotta dig around the cookbooks at my folks' house to see if I can find. I don't think it's that complicated, but or if I could just figure out how to replicate this seafood pizza my mom used to make with crab meat and shrimp. I think they have scallops in it. I think it was like Thousand Island dressing with cheese on top. I'm pretty sure that's what the dressing was. Sounds like a weird combo, but it was really tasty. This was a video on YouTube. Make different kinds of shrimp pizza too. Now I'll have to look into this. The legendary Kentucky Hut. No, I have not. Mother's food sounds good. Yeah, she was a good cook. She made a lot of interesting stuff. Some of which I'm sure we'll just have to try and replicate from memory. The one thing coming up is like Christmas cookies, which I know she had some of that stuff written down. My mom made this coffee cake that was most of the time, like every time I've seen coffee cakes listed somewhere, it's not at all what this is. This was like an old Swedish recipe that was like a big like loaf of dough with like cinnamon and nut mix inside of it, like a filling inside of it, covered with like a very basic icing. It was real good. She was still making up to last year, you know, she made them for Christmas. So last year was the last year she made them. I don't know if anyone in the family is going to try to make them this year, because it is like the Christmas tradition, but like nobody really eats like cakes or stuff anymore. Even the cookies, like, you know, we're making less and less cookies every year because like people eat less and less. Brand store with Kentucky Taco Bell pizza all in a single restaurant. That swings distance on Island. Oh, yes. So that I have seen those. The combo Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut all in one. I don't think there was one around here that was part of a gas station, but that has shut down. I think there's still might still be a Pizza Hut inside of it, but I don't think so. Wish I paid attention when my grandma and other family members made that kind of stuff. It's tough. So like with my mom, like I tried to help her cook that stuff, and like she did not want help. She wanted my niece to help. She wanted to show my niece how to make this stuff, but she always rejected my assistance. The only thing she would let me do is grind nuts for the Christmas cookies. So I know she has stuff written down. It is something, but cooking is more than just like instructions on a sheet of paper, especially baking. Baking requires like a certain amount of experience and skill to just kind of eyeball stuff. And that's what I think will be hard to replicate. KFC, Taco Bells are a lot less common now. Yum Brands keeping them separate. Yeah. Yeah, so I think like the holidays this year are going to be really tough for a lot of us, because we're all going to have to try to replicate something that we haven't really made before. My mom insisted on cooking for the holidays. We always tried to like, hey, why don't you let us take care of that? And like my brother made some sides. He made this really good like 5 cheese grated potato dish he makes for the holidays. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm surprised still my brother's a very good cook. But like the main meal, like she always insisted on handling that. Even for stuff like, you know, we had this bit of war over lasagna. Like my mom made lasagna and she kind of changed how she made it. And to be honest, like it got a little bit worse the past couple of years. You know, she wasn't cooking the noodles enough. And so some of the noodles would come out like really hard. And I made lasagna very differently from her. And a couple of times when we had family get-togethers, and they're talking about that, they, you know, someone in the family like, I really want Jum to make his lasagna. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then my mom would like surreptitiously make her own lasagna in the kitchen before I got a chance, or just buy the stuff for her lasagna and be like, well, I'm already making this lasagna because I figured you wouldn't want to do it. Like, no, I do want to do it. But I guess if it's that important to you, like, well, your lasagna. I don't know why she seemed like she liked the lasagna that I made, but yeah, it was a point of pride for her, but also, you know, especially after she retired, it was one of those things that she felt like, this is my thing, and if you take this from me, then I don't have anything. This is the value I bring to the family. None of us treated her that way. We all would have been happy if she just let us take care of all that stuff, but you know, she insisted, and that was very important for her to keep doing that stuff. I felt bad about it, and I still feel bad. Run as fast as you can. Okay, this is the final good ending for Hideki. It's a pride thing. Look at that. Feel free to cook dinner for me on holidays. That's a lot of cooking. Yeah. I gotta talk to my brother about Thanksgiving to see if I could get him to help me cook a turkey for the fam. What's this, Jum-kun? Look, Kana-chan had found another small part of Yuichi's wish letter lying in the corner. Show me, Kana-chan. Only a fragment remained. Sizzle is. All right. Well, this isn't too difficult. We got the CURSE is the curse is a lie. I don't see how else it could fit together. Is that his wish? The curse is a lie? This was a triumph. Yeah, I'd like to take over cooking for the holidays. This game has so much bad endings. The good endings bad. Even the good endings are like, most of us didn't burn alive. Let's see what Hideki has: 13 bad endings and 3 good endings. Kyoko has 11 bad endings and 5 good endings. Kana has no good endings, which is very funny to me. 8 bad endings. There's 10 bad endings. There's so many bad endings, and I feel kind of bad just kind of skipping them past, but I need to get the good endings to go through. Invite me to Thanksgiving dinner. I'll critique your turkey. I don't need that pressure, Ryan. I know it's gonna be bad. It still didn't change. This still didn't change. I don't see where you can get all those bad endings. I can tell you, because the people that translate it put up a very nicely put together guide on GameFAQs. So like on Hideki's, if you, let's see here, that last one where you have a choice of I obeyed the order or tried to ignore the order. If you obey the order that goes to the next one, you can choose I want to live or I want to be at peace. I want to live. That brings up different options there. So that one branches off, and then there's several more there. I'll show up with gems for Turkey Day. There won't be enough turkey, and it will be very dry. Bring some Jello pudding. Sales will bring a side. Jeremy and Ryan. Ham for me. We had ham. What do we have? So we've had turkey. We've had ham. I think she was making brisket the past couple of years. Know why she got on that. I think people said they were getting sick of turkey. I wasn't getting sick of turkey. Bring strawberry shortcake. Ooh, I don't like the strawberry shortcake. Bring the booze. I know I can count on you, Ryan. All right, this is it. We're going to get to the mystery of Yuichi, if I can stop mispronouncing his name. Brisket better than turkey. I was fine with the brisket. I would like a turkey at least once more. I do like turkey. Yeah, but I will say this. I feel like I made gumbo with the leftover ham and turkey. Ooh, man, I like gumbo. A lot of the leftover turkey would just kind of go to waste because, for me anyway, only certain cuts of the bird were good for like a turkey sandwich, and a lot of those cuts would get eaten on Thanksgiving amongst the family, and so what was left over would usually be stuff that like nobody really wanted, and like it didn't really go right on a sandwich, and then you'd eat it. We would eat it like the next day, the day after Thanksgiving. We'd be eating those leftovers, but then by then, like all the potatoes are gone, like all the sides are gone, and there's just the turkey, and like nobody would eat it. I recommend the barbecue turkey guy my cousin uses. Fell off him and his XSplit. That was another option if we can get it, like, find somewhere that has it prepared, because it may just be too tall of an order this year. But I'm worried if we go down that route where we just buy something pre-made instead of making stuff, that, like, that's just the end of it. That's just what it's gonna be from here on out. It's just like some kind of takeout on the holidays. And I won't begrudge anyone not wanting to do a bunch of cooking, but there's just something lost there that would be upsetting to me, going to Costco for my food. Honestly, there ain't nothing wrong with it. It's been like a tradition for us for so long that it's just like we've lost one more thing here. Popeyes says fried turkey. Bought it once. It was good. We do got a Popeyes around here. I'll have to talk to them and talk to the family about what their desires are this year. I think this year everyone can just get a pass on it. Like my turkey and ham gumbo, so I'm cooking. Yeah, if you have something good in mind that you know you're gonna do with the leftovers, that makes putting the effort in for the initial dish like so much more worthwhile. I think that was part of what discouraged us, why we stopped making turkey, because nobody really wanted a lot of the leftovers. It was all the sides everyone wanted, but the turkey, like, people would be sick of it after a day. We'll be seeing the family this year for the holiday. Dog is 14 years old, and it's just a hard ride for her. Yeah, that's tough. Place your order early if you want the Popeyes fried turkey. Yeah. I'll start talking to him about it this week, because I gotta talk to him about other stuff too. My birthday's coming up. I don't typically celebrate it. I didn't really do anything last year for the stream. I might do something this year, but it's probably just me playing games. I won't say when exactly. I prefer to leave that mysterious. It is next month, I'll give you that much. But my family's already talking about, like, what do you want for your birthday? Like, man, I don't want anything. Like, don't feel the need to spend any money on me. I don't want nothing. We want to go out to eat? No, not really. But they'll insist. Good news. Dog for Turkey Day next year? Birthday is next month too. We're brothers, Jum. I know so many people whose birthdays are in November. It's a very popular month. By next month, he means a few days. Shut up, Utter Chaos. Shut up. You don't know. When I was at working, I became obsessed with buying people birthday cards in the office and then walking around and getting them signed. And I think people liked it for the first year. And then after that, they just were like, every time they saw me with a card, they're like, oh God, not this again. But nobody knew what my birthday was. I made sure of that. So I would never get a card. No one could know. What's up, Zane? Yeah, see, Zane's birthday is in November too. You know, having a birthday in November means that you were probably conceived on Valentine's Day, if you do the math. It's October 3rd, November is in 2 days. That is true. I keep forgetting that. Even though it's simple math. Like, wait, November's that soon? Yep. But how you doing, Zane? Welcome in. Good to see you. Magical month. Love month. Yep. There's the two dates that are very common to find when people conceive children. It's Valentine's Day, and then weirdly their other children's birthday. I don't know why, but I've seen that come up a lot too. How is Babby formed? Where does Babby come from? Can you hear me? Yes, I'm talking to you. You out there enjoying this game. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Oh no, he's talking to me directly. Ah! The endings you have seen up until now have been complete and total fabrications. Outrageous lies, all of them. The real game begins here. An excitingly cruel game. Enjoying this game is a stretch. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves, man. That's a lot of confidence on you there. I don't know if it's deserved. It's almost time. I better go and meet those fools waiting for me at the school. The drink's laced with anesthetic already. Except that it just made them shit. I guess the anesthetic knocked their colon out. He knows you've been skipping dialogue. Ah, damn it. He can smell my need to hurry. I like the background is all his face. What's that? Perhaps you think I'm committing some sort of crime? Don't say. You think I'm evil? Yeah. Can smell your desperation. They must smell it a lot in this game. You're a very perceptive person, aren't you? Well, you'll certainly appreciate my work tonight. By the way, excuse me for asking, but have you ever been bullied? No, not, well, yeah, a little bit. Wasn't too bad. Pretty forgettable. I had to think about it. That's how terrible it was for me. It reminds me of a baby's head. I think he reminds me of like some like soft vinyl doll that some like, you know, be some limited edition run of like vinyl dolls from some artist somewhere. It's called The Office because my bullies were broken by me. I broke them. I'm sorry to hear that. I was bullied for 6 years. Elementary school was horrible. It ruined my mental health. Well then, let me ask you this. Have you bullied someone else? Yeah. I had a friend who I used to break into his computer to make his Windows startup sound, Wake Me Up Before You Go by Wham. I mean, this was like the Windows 98 days, so like it wasn't much of a task to get into it. It's probably pretty lightweight, but it was good times. Getting in trouble with the teachers saw you was the problem. Feel that? Yeah. That is like, I feel for people in the schools like dealing with those situations. And I'd love to hear their perspective on things because it's such a common story that it's like they kind of ignore stuff going on until the person being bullied fights back, and then it's a problem. Like, where were you before? Teachers knew and told the administrator they were chronic offenders. Really? Well, then I'll tell you something interesting. As you play this game, something will become etched into your mind. You won't be able to forget it. Well then, let's continue. I won't be able to forget this game. I won't be able to forget the bizarrely rendered 3D characters or their haircuts. Oh, my fur and whiskers, I'm late. Late for a very important date. Well, anyway, I have some people to meet. I owe them 6 years worth of revenge. Keep your eyes peeled. This game would be so disjointed and confusing, I feel, if you jumped around between stories. Get him, Yuichi. Look, there they are. They have absolutely no idea what will happen tonight. Yee. Bum, 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 bum. Here are the refreshments. 2 of them have a special surprise, medical grade anesthetic. What do you think? Good, eh? They've taken the bait. Look at them gobbling it down. Where's he rising up from? Now I'll say, I'll go and dig up the time capsule, leave it to me. Then I'll disappear inside. Looks like a Gregory's Horror House character. It does. It has a similar like art aesthetic. Very unique game. Sticking out of the box with the story and art style. Yeah. I really hope that the group that translated this does the sequel too, because I would love to see more of this. Yuichi's story. If I hide in here, they are sure to find me. I just have to wait. In the time being, I'll fill up these syringes with more anesthetic. What do you think? It's a cunning plan, right? No, it's kind of ridiculous. Well, just watch. It'll be a laugh, I assure you. It's about time. Now I'll scream, ah! Yeah! Pretty exciting, don't you think? You're having fun, aren't you? Yeah, I am. I am having fun. Yeah. Please don't stab me with that needle, Yuichi. With your weird, rotten cherry eyeball. Look, here they come now. They ran into the toilets. It must have been that gross drink Yuichi gave us. Oh, it's Hideki. Let's find the toilets quick. There goes Kyoko. He knew they would care enough about him to help him when he was in danger. So he knew they cared about him. That's true. What if they just didn't care and they're like, oh, we should leave. He's probably dead. His whole plan would completely fall apart. If they were really that bad, still, they wouldn't have fallen for it. But at this point, he doesn't care, and he's using their concern and potential guilt against them. Love your creepy evil sort of voice. Thank you, Flash. It's murder on the voice, so I can't do it all the time, but I can do it for this. Now I'll give each of them a small prick. It shouldn't hurt a bit. Whoop. The weirdest looking syringes I have ever seen. It's been a joke ending. They just didn't see what happened to them. I would have loved to see that, where everyone just leaves. Everyone has an option in their route to just not go inside. The fun and games begin here. He's turning them into Smurfs. It's Gargamel. It was here all along. Welcome to my makeup room. They've put on a bit of weight, but I've managed to bring both of my lovely patients here. Well then, let's begin. I'd like to start right away, but the surgery will come later. This is my special makeup room. There is nothing cruel about it. Really? Do you believe me? Would I lie to you? Yes. I don't know, man. You're raking your scissors across their body and talking about their blood pressure, like. So let's begin with the lovely Kyoko. She always called me a pig. Well then, how about this? I seem to have forgotten. Does this connect to the right one or the left one? It's the right one, isn't it? I don't know. Sure. Now it's all messed up. This is all your fault. Oh no, I've killed her. I was just about to give Kyoko such a beautiful makeover. Oi, wake up, you dirty piece. You liar. Oh, how mean of me. She looks absolutely hideous. How very wretched. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You're a terrible failure. Get out of my sight. And if I maybe put Discord. Ooh. It's such a classic, like, Japanese ghost noise. Wood. Your standards are too low, Ryan. You need to treat yourself better. I guess unless pig puppets are your thing, who am I to judge? Genius knows who he's doing. Also, I've no idea what I'm doing. Pretty much. Pretty much. On to the next operation. This patient is unforgivable. He put caterpillars in my lunch. He threw my shoes into the toilet. He cut up my notebooks. He trapped me in my own locker. What shall I do with this worm? What indeed? The background is freaking me out. It's amazing he can do complex surgery with nothing but scissors. That's some skill. Oops, it seems I'm getting a little carried away with myself. Was this attached to the right, or was it the left? This is correct, isn't it? No. Perfection. They were so mean. They were. It's like Hideki more than anything. Everyone else, I feel like everyone else just kind of laughed at Hideki's jokes, but I think Hideki was the real villain. Oi, Hideki, wake up, you moron. Listen, from now on, you are my slave. You bullied me for 6 years. Now it's time for my revenge. Well, any objections, Hideki? No, master. I am yours to control. Really didn't answer any questions about what exactly he was doing to them. I guess surgery. Quote unquote surgery. Hideki, you're so lame, you dolt. I removed your ability to think for yourself. You cannot do anything without my orders. Hey, you out there playing this game, are you enjoying this? Feeling refreshed, are we? I mean, are we? Yes, I am. I can't lie. Right. It's a marvelous feeling, isn't it? Murdered that hairstylist last year. His ghost is still there. It's probably just like a random unrelated murder. It could have been Yuichi setting up his lab and just like, you'll be my first victim. It would make sense because he's all bandaged up and Yuichi's playing doctor in here. Right, here is your first order. Bring Jumkun to me. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, Hideki could my slave at last. What a wonderful day. Revenge of the Nerds. I enjoyed Revenge of the Nerds a lot. I like the second one okay. All this excitement has made me quite tired. Perhaps I lie down. You just go lie down, take a little nap. It's me! Ah, I must be dreaming. What are you dreaming about, little Yuichi-kun? Yes, this is just a dream. They bullied me every day. All I remember about school is pain, fear, and sadness. Well, yes, I remember this too. Yes, this dream has helped me remember something. Misfortune. Yeah. The years have not treated him kindly. I think it had multiple sequels. I think they're each worse than the last. All right, we've buried the time capsule. Jumington said. I'm reading in the wrong voice. All right, we've buried the time capsule, Jumington said. Yay, replied Kana-chan. I can't wait until we dig it up again, Kyoko joined in. Yuichi, what did you write in your wish letter? Hideki asked. Yes, that's right. I remember we buried that time capsule together as proof of our friendship. That's my own happy memory. But why? I can't remember. Yuichi, what did you write in your wish letter? Hideki asked. No, don't tell him. We promised to keep our wishes a secret until that day, Kyoko cried. Yes, let's keep it a secret until we meet again in the future, Kana-chan agreed. That's right. We'll be friends forever. We'll meet again, Jumington exclaimed. Friends forever? I can't remember what I wrote on that paper all those years ago. What am I doing? This is no time to be dreaming. I have another patient waiting. His eyes are really, really bizarre. Welcome, Jum-kun. Yeah. You finally arrived. Oh wait, no, you're still arriving. I'll wait. Okay, he looks like a teddy bear, a kind of ugly teddy bear, but he's got the rough proportions of your average American teddy bear. Yeah, Jum-kun looks horrified. Poor boy's quaking in his boots. Is this an operating room? No, this is my makeup room. I've done 2 procedures already. They were both difficult, but each of them was a great success. Our teddy bears are fat. He's kind of doughy around the middle. A certain kind of teddy bear. Maybe I'm just thinking of the Snuggle Bear from the fabric softeners. That bear is about that proportion. Just cut the ears off and you get Yuichi. Only like put him out in the sun for a while. And then get real gross. Yuichi, you did this. Don't worry about them. They're just sleeping. After our petty little game is finished, I'll make them right as rain. But it like in one Jum-kun's good ending, he just shook them awake and they left. And they were fine. So like what was actually going on there? I order you to open the gas cylinders in the back. Big boy teddy bears in America now. Some pictures have skinny ones. I only saw them online or in movies. I feel like the real big teddy bears that like just the ginormous teddy bears, they must be, I think they're rather expensive. And that's the kind of thing that like seems like a great gift. And it's just like, now you're going to have this humongous bear that you're like, it's going to take up so much space. I bought a, like the only bit of VTuber merch I've ever bought was an insanely expensive beanbag. And I just constantly have to move it around because I don't have any place for it. So it's like sitting on my bed And then when I sleep, I have to move it off of my bed to my computer chair. And then when I get up and go to work on the computer, I have to move it back to the bed. And it's just taking up space. But it was so expensive that I'm terrified of anything happening to it. But it's just entirely, and I've like thought like, can I sell this to somebody? I don't know how I'd ever get it shipped out of here. It's huge. I don't know who would want this thing. That's one of the worst purchases I've ever made in my life. Just throwing it away from the daycare. Said I'd take it. It's in my room by my bed. Ooh, how big is it? Can feel over it. Oh, we hope not. People always question. They ask me if I have kids. No, they look worried. I don't think there's anything too odd with that. I think what's the point of being an adult if you can't have kid stuff, right? If you don't have that freedom, just owning it doesn't. It's not like having like a child's toy means like I have this like 1980s G.I. Joe action figure on my bookshelf because I enjoy it. It's not there to like bait children in. Bigger than a 10-year-old? Oh my God. People look at me too when they see my candy van. I don't know, but I think the candy van has an explicit purpose. I guess it just depends, like, if it starts and stops with handing candy out of the back. The second any individual comes into the van, a line has been crossed and that cannot be undone. It's almost to my hip. That's humongous. Looks like the next operation is going to be a lot of work. Yeah. I always wanted to have the Mega Man NT Warrior toys because I would never get them as a kid. I've gone through. What's up, Terrence? How you doing? Thank you for the lurk. I've had like a few times where I've eyeballed like stuff that I wanted as a kid that I could get now, and I've relented because I did buy some of it, and then it just became like stuff that I just dragged around moving, and eventually it was like, I just gotta get rid of this. Like, this was neat. I gotta get rid of this now. Well, that's just me. And the problem I always have is I have the stuff and then it's displayed, and then I constantly have to worry about like it getting knocked over and then keeping it dusted, and it makes it such a pain to clean. Timber's raid. Wait, am I getting two different raids? What's going on? Welcome, raiders. How's it going? It's going good. How you doing, Woodsman Jack? We are approaching the penultimate end of this game after multiple runs through 5 characters of this very bizarre game. But welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid. How was your streams? I think I'm getting 2 different raids at the same time here. A button. Is that another raid? It's because we played Zort. Well, did Zort. Oh! It was a combined raid from the same thing. All right. I thought it was like, was it coincidentally getting raided by multiple people? Zort, huh? I'm familiar with Zort. Oh my gosh. The game looks crazy. Well, welcome, raiders. If you're not familiar, I'm Jum Jumington, the former CEO of Jumington Dynamics. I mostly play retro games, classic games. I like the weird stuff. That's what we're playing right now. We're playing Misfortune, story of suspicious friendships for the PlayStation 1. The recently fans translated oddball game from Idea Factory, who are still around and making games. The one game I could think of that people might know is Hyperdimension Neptunia. That was Idea Factory, so they survived even though they made this weirdo game. 3 raids. Well, thank you very much for the raids. Let me see if I can get links to the channels here to shout you all out. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Do some copying and pasting here. Make sure I get the links here. Try and get everybody's channel. Make sure I am subscribed. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There's got to be a faster way, but I don't know it. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we this game is of like a weird like story adventure game. It's not really an adventure game. It's like a multiple choice stuff. Sure, like subscribe. I appreciate that very much. And make sure you all, if you are not already subscribed to these fine channels, that you stop in and subscribe to them. I'm distracted by my copy and pasting here. But it's not a this game is not a very well-made game, I'll say. It has a certain delicious sort of jank to it. Also, all of the stories, like your choices don't matter until like the final couple of choices. And there's no saves and you can't skip stuff. So to get all the endings, you have to just keep going through the same thing over and over and over again. It's staring at us. Yes. Old Yuichi here, who has set this whole weird scheme in motion. It's got very enchanting eyes. They're what I would call like not good use of 3D, but at the same time, it has a unique aesthetic and charm to it. That is, I just looking at it like, oh, these look terrible. And then after like an hour, you're like, you know what? I'm going to miss these guys when they're gone. The devil's eyes. Yes, they're very, when they're close up, they look even weirder. So I have these last bits of choices to see the ultimate end of this. I've heard the end of this made a lot of people angry because there's 5 different characters that you can play as, and as you play you unlock more of the characters to see their angle of the story. And like they have like 13 bad endings and 1 good ending. Some of them have multiple good endings. But there's one true ending, and you have to play through. One of the characters has 3 good endings. You have to get all 3 good endings to find the secret message of what's up with this guy. So we're approaching that now. Gonna rest soon. Have a great stream. Like, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. Make sure to click on that link if you haven't to my chatters, and make sure you subscribe to all of the raiders here. Very much appreciated. But I understand you just finished the stream, so if you got to go rest, get yourself a snack, get yourself something to eat, or head out for the evening, totally understand. Appreciate you stopping by. Totally. I read this. I didn't read this already. Let the game of orders begin. Rule 1. If you try to attack me, I cannot guarantee Hideki and Kyoko will live to see the dawn. Rule 2. I promise to return Hideki and Kyoko to their bodies as long as you answer a single question. Well, will you play my game? He'd like to play a game. I need to get some food. She'll be here. Understandable. Don't starve yourself on my account. Get yourself something good to eat there, Jack. All right, what is your question then? Or I don't know what his question is, because we've seen this multiple times. Jumkun always was a good sport. What was the wish that I put into the time capsule? You have 1 hour to find the answer. If your time runs out, I'll dispose of these two. This is the reused animation again. All right, Jumkun, off you go. I was going to give Jumkun his own makeover, but now I'm intrigued about the wish I made all those years ago. Why would you switch characters at this point? Ah, you! Still watching out there? Yes, you're the one that's really having all the fun tonight, right? Did you already solve the mystery of this game? Yeah, I think we did, right? I'm pretty sure we did. But don't worry, old friend. The mystery probably has nothing to do with you. This is just a game, right? You needn't worry. Don't give it another thought. It's just a story after all. How much of a mystery? Everyone here sucks. Well, I would like to say Jumkun is okay, but he laughed at him too. He laughed at the jokes, so yeah, they're none of them that great. I think Kana is kind of innocent, which is funny because Kana seems like the least involved in all of the bad stuff, and she's the only person that has no good endings. Even if you stop playing, nothing bad will happen to you. Probably. You can sleep easy tonight. At least, I think so. By the way, it's absolutely fine to badmouth this game to everyone you know. I don't care. Say whatever you like. Tell them how awful it is. Write a mean review. Nothing bad will happen to you, obviously. He knows. He's become self-aware. He knows this game isn't great. But you really should consider solving the mystery soon. What? Yes? Did you really think I would tell you? You're so naive. Find out for yourself. What do you mean? Curses are terrifying, you know. I mean, the mystery was that the curse isn't real. I don't even know what the curse was. I wonder if that's another ending that I didn't see. It's like, actually, the game is cursed. Ah, this is so intriguing, so amusing. It's too late for you, my friend, even if you turn the power off. We have tarried too long. Let us return to our little story. We're cursed for watching the game. I think watching the game is the curse, Ryan. I hate to say it as a person exposing it to you, but I think this is the extent of the curse right here. Ah, it appears Hideki-kun is back. Well done, slave. Rest over there in the corner for a while. Jumkun should be here soon, but I couldn't care less about my stupid wish now. Since he will spill all of my secrets, I better make Jumkun disappear. Oh boy. But what are we gonna do different if the place just blows up again? Yes, I've seen you walk 1 billion times. What an ignorant fool. Go, get them. What's wrong? Go. I need something to drink. What I miss? Apparently the game is cursed somehow, but we already found the note that says the curse is a lie, so I think we'll be fine. We're reaching the point where the lab usually catches on fire. So I don't know where this is gonna go now.
Hideki will put Jumkun out of his misery. Everything is going according to plan. Tonight has been a complete success.
We know what your wish was. You wrote, "Everyone please die."
Oh, Jumkun, don't shout. Please die? I wish for everyone to die? Really? Do you think I wanted them to die?
No, I don't think so.
It seems I'm finally starting to remember, but I'm sure I wrote, "Everyone is cursed." Yes, that's right, isn't it?
No, I don't believe so.
Huh? Did I actually write, "Everyone please get along"?
No.
What? I'm wrong. Perhaps it was, "Everyone please forgive me."
No.
Don't be ridiculous. Was it, "Everyone please make it end"?
No.
I don't believe it. I know. Everyone please stop lying.
All right. These are the final choices. But I know it's this one. So we're just gonna pick it. If I don't pick this, then the next one ends it, but we get a hint, which gives us like basically a hangman, which just puts me out of my misery. If I say yes here, this is the end. This is the true ending of the game. Are you ready? I don't know what the ending is, but I know this is what it is. Everyone, please stop lying.
Everyone please stop lying. Yes, everyone was lying. This was just a made-up story to make the game interesting. Well, do you feel better now? Now the lies have been exposed. Let's just end the game here.
Oh yeah, none of this was really happening. This is all just made up. We just made up a story to make the game interesting. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you usually do in a game. You just make up a story to make the game interesting, but you don't usually make that the plot of the game. I thought he was going to explain more. I wish. And it still didn't. So the code still hasn't changed. So there's only 2 passwords in the game. There's a password system. There's only 2 of them. Where he learned to do all that. I would love to know, but apparently he didn't do any of that. They just made it all up. None of this happened. It was all just made up. Nothing's actually going on there. I see where people hated that ending. Yeah, that's a beautiful ending. That's a beautiful ending. But why? But why? Also, I'm very astounded by the password. I didn't see any mention of this in here, but yeah, there's only 2 passwords. Going to pretend I didn't see the ending. Halo's on PlayStation Store. Halo? Oh, Halo? Halo? Is it on there now? It's like one of those I thought I'd never see the day. Halo on PlayStation. There's this news story. Halo on PlayStation might be what Xbox needs to survive. How? How? A faithful yet modernized remake of Halo Combat Evolves. Campaign. Rebuilt for today's hardware. It's so crazy. You're like, well, the console wars are over. I think, yeah, because that's the thing. Like, Microsoft is really signaling that they it sounds like they're doing one more generation of hardware, but it sounds like they're just going to be like, Xbox is just wherever games are. Is Xbox doing so bad? If anyone listens to 360, I don't think it's doing great, but I think it's a larger part of like the Microsoft corporate structure has shifted a lot and is just not interested in continuing that. And so they don't want to keep pushing the hardware. Also, like, the costs have been going up. And if you're trying to compete with the high end on PC, it's tough. People are already complaining that the consoles are costing too much. The next generation is going to cost even more. So what if they just released the games that they owned on all platforms, right? Which makes a certain amount of sense, but then it's Microsoft saying we're no longer like, it's like Sega. It's like Sega doesn't have hardware anymore. They just publish games on whatever platform that's out there, wherever they want. Microsoft, it sounds like, is heading that route. Because they went through years of gobbling up other game companies and then not really producing a lot of games in all that time, so bring all the games to all the consoles. Yeah, I mean, I see a business case for console exclusives. I don't see a case that benefits the end users. Tapping out, too tired. Thanks for the stream. All right, Ryan, I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging in there and seeing this through to the end. I hope you enjoyed Misfortune. I enjoyed it. It's a very weird game. It will haunt my nightmares. I don't know what else to say about this game. From its very unique graphics, very interesting bare bones presentation. It's like frequent reuse of cutscenes, with a very thin story, like extremely thin story. Padded out by scenes of people walking repeatedly, with a soundtrack that has just wormed its way into my brain, and an ending that basically tells you that nothing actually happened and you should just go home, with some implication in there that the game is cursed and that you're gonna turn it off and die. I don't know what to think about that. Like everything but the last ending, the true ending. Yeah. He has other endings. Maybe we'll explore all of the bad endings sometime, because he has a couple of bad endings. How many bad endings does Yuichi have? One, two, three, four, five. There's 5 bad endings with Yuichi, so I'd like to check out all of the bad endings. I wasn't bored, so I liked it. That is my standard right there. I was interested. There wasn't any point playing this where I was like, yeah, I'm ready to stop. I always wanted to see, like, what else he got? What's gonna be next? I would go through all of the other endings tonight if it wasn't already getting late. I will probably come back and go through all of the bad endings on it again. If I could skip through the scenes we've already seen a little bit quicker, that would make it a lot easier, but I'm willing to go through that, because we have a lot of endings we did not see. We have a lot of endings we didn't see. So I'll come back to this again. We'll see if anyone's interested in that. All right, well, that may be it for Misfortune for tonight, but don't go anywhere yet, because it's time for Bomberman. We're getting very close to the end of Bomberman 2, so I might have to start figuring out what the next game's gonna be. I think the vote from the last time was Snow Bros, and I may still do that. Snow Bros is like a weirdly expensive game to get. Bomberman stream, always. Well, at least until we run out of Bomberman, which may happen soon. I mean, there's always other Bombermen. Oop, got a power up. Come back here, Ghost. Get him. All right. Now we just gotta find the door and get out of here. There's a lot of them too. Female Bomberman 2. I didn't play that one. This is like one of the newer ones, right? That was like had some gotcha mechanics in it, from what I remember. I did get the last two Bomberman. Is it Super Bomberman R and R2, which I enjoyed. I didn't think they were bad. I didn't think they were great. Like, not my favorite Bomberman games, but like, it was Bomberman. I kind of left it like, yeah, you know, what else would you expect, kind of thing. Ooh, Deep in Ginochi. Look at that, there's an older one. She looks like him with blonde ponytail. Oh yeah, there are. So there are female like Bomberman characters in some of the other games. I was thinking of, there's our bonus. Insane amount of points there. 48 out of 50. I remember the name. I'll have to look that up. Oh, my phase is flipping out here. All right. Well, that'll do it for me this evening. Let me find someone else who is live now, so that I can raid from the raid. This was always borked. Because that's who I was looking at. That's who I was looking at, Flash. All right. I'm going to post a link to Crooked Gamer. He's going to be... He is playing Pokemon Legends ZA. Looks like he's doing the post-game Pokemon stuff for it. I'll be back tomorrow night for Fatal Frame. We're playing a ghost hunting game. And I'm pretty psyched for that, because I haven't played any of those. So, and I will have more chances to get to play stuff on the PS2. So I hope you stop back again for that. And then Friday on Halloween itself, we'll be doing some special Halloween games. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me, as always. And my lights went out. Well, I don't know. I'll have to check that out. Oh, hey, who let you in?
Go!